Okay, we're live. All right, let me go ahead and set this up. I know that most people are probably like wondering what the hell am I doing. Lately I've been busy watching this whole situation. My friend Shiny kind of told me what was going on. He sent me a video about this situation about the Pokemon hobby that it's getting a little bit too expensive. Now, what happened was I from what I understand from the retail perspective of it, Pokemon cards have been the most stolen hot items since the pandemic, and for the last 5 years that happened, Pokemon happened to be this thing that happened, and the guy talked about this whole situation. Now, the
So you think
inflation
you know
kind of
Wix,
went too
but do
high
you
on this
really?
whole thing. So we're showing this video.
First up, we've got
I'm gonna
Shake.
skip a couple of things because
Okay,
he
so
talks
I've been sitting
about
here
the
for a while
cost of
trying to
what
figure
was
out how to
going on.
articulate my word.
Now,
Crown
here's an
Lost
example.
Origin has been going like just like it went from being sold on Pokemon Center months ago to being almost $400 a box right now. It looks like
Yeah, for the packs
with
of
like
Pokemon cards that they're
no
selling,
end in sight. Now,
this contains
I
like
hope
booster
that
packs.
this just that this is just a temporary craze. I don't know what the answer is. Nobody knows the answer. No matter what channel you're watching, there's plenty of great channels out there with great information, but nobody knows the answer. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Nobody
Because
knows when or if
the
these prices are going to start coming
now
back
I
down.
brought
But
up
this
this
is the
issue to his YouTube channel talking about this
situation we're in
because
right now.
a lot of people don't realize that I work in retail. For the last 4 years, Pokemon cards disappeared from the store, either sold or stolen. I recalled people stealing card packs, leaving them in the bathroom, and I seen commons thrown into the trash while they leave out the store with foils. Pokemon cards are a higher demand because Logan Paul was buying Pokemon cards on eBay for millions of dollars. That caused the craze of people to even those that never collected Pokemon cards go get into the hobby that became serious, which caused the prices to go up because the demand for Pokemon cards became high. And it's true. It became so high in demand for the last 5 years of it existing as a because the Pokemon trading card game became this high, high demand card. Same with Yu-Gi-Oh! And this guy's talking about the issue because of the fact that this becomes a situation to where people don't seem to understand. I'm pointing out this issue because the price went up because of the high demand for it, and the high demand for it, especially for selling these cards. And I know that scalpers have been, raising the prices as well, selling these cards. It got to the breaking point that people are not happy with the situation, especially with scams that are happening with Pokemon, and it's getting to that breaking point that people are probably not going to buy these cards anymore because of how bad it is. Because to my experience from seeing this happen, especially in retail, I recalled going into the bathroom finding Pokemon cards that people leave behind and they just take the foils and leave. They don't care for the game. They just care for the foils so they can sell them for more money on eBay. It's becoming one of those situations to where I know that they want to print more of them, and the fact is, I would say it would be funny if I would say if the Chinese would actually print more Pokemon cards like bootlegs like they used to do. I used to remember the fucking back in the days when and it lost.
Oh,
And like
hi,
I
yeah.
recalled the
I just
value
noticed you're
was
live streaming, talking about Pokemon cards.
yeah.
I happen to be an expert on Pokemon.
Yeah, I want your perspective of this because even I work in retail and I remember Pokemon cards were really rare, and I recall
Yeah.
people stealing them in the bathroom.
Yeah, you got to understand now. Pokemon cards are having a new form of Pokeflation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was selling some merch online that I got from a GameStop that
Yeah.
I kind of dumpster dive and found, and apparently I am kind of making a little bit of money off of just selling trading card kiosk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So trading card kiosks are costing money. Anything Pokemon nowadays is costing money. But I think it's mostly people would say that, oh, it's because of Logan Paul and the whole him unboxing Pokemon cards during the COVID shit
Yeah.
happening. Yeah. I still have my old Pokemon cards, but I think most people are not really buying those cards because you gotta understand that Pokemon kind of just changed. Because I haven't
I know
collected the
because
cards in
they keep
forever ago.
releasing like new sets of cards every single time,
Yeah,
and I'm just
every
like,
single month. Yeah.
yeah, and
Um.
it's like they have this new set of cards. They bring out like diamond and pearl, violet and red. It's like it just gets to that whole thing. Like when I see
Yeah.
Pokemon cards at Walmart, you see an empty section of Walmart. Like
Yeah.
it is so empty to the point that it is crazy. People are
Yep.
just taking the Pokemon cards and just and sometimes they open them up right in the store and they take out
In the store.
they take out the foils, they leave the commons and leave.
Yeah, because that's where the value is now. Because most of these collectors, they're trying to find the full art foils. Because you got to remember, like back in the day, I remember foil cards, the full art cards. They were
Yeah.
like a rarity. But like back in the '90s, foil cards used to be the most expensive ones. Now they're
Yeah,
just
I
commons.
remember the
People
Pokemon
people are
trading card games
people
were that
are
bad when people were
yeah.
literally street fighting. Because I used to remember the Pokemon. You remember those old days when they had the Pokemon like uh, trading card tournaments, like they hold them at certain places.
Yeah, they used to do that back in the day.
Yeah, I used to remember like
I think when I was in middle school, no high school, and I still surprisingly was into Pokemon. I remember I wanted to participate in the card game because when I got a little bit older, I understood a little bit of how to play it because I would play the card game on the Pokemon website. Back in the day,
yeah,
you can redeem a card and you could play the game on the website because
yeah,
it does teach you a little bit about how to play the game. And not many kids I know understood how to play the game.
yeah.
We just we just put the cards on the table and we kind of just
You kind of just
pretend to
play it.
make the attacks.
I had
Yeah,
friends
we
that knew
we
how to
didn't.
play it, and I got
Yeah,
into it. And I
yeah.
remember that was like in high school, and I
I was
remember
so
watching.
dumb. Oh, continue. Something happened.
And I remember seeing people having fun with that game. But the thing was, I recalled the the theft, the even the police showed up at when they used to hold like Pokemon card card
Or tournaments.
tournaments at I used to remember it was Toys R Us.
Yeah, I
The
remember
police
Yu-Gi-Oh
showed
having
up
that.
literally at Toys R Us to stop a fight because of people were fighting over Pokemon cards. It was that bad back then.
Yeah. Damn. I
Yeah,
did
that's
not
how bad
remember
it
that
was for
happening.
Pokemon.
I did not remember that happening in my area. Like
In my
my
area, it
area, it
did
was
because
yeah,
people were stealing, like kids were literally stealing Pokemon cards from each other, and it was that bad. Like the Pokemon
yeah.
craze for Pokemon cards back in the early '90s, people were just literally like,
Oh yeah, yeah. I know about Pokemania back in the '90s, and we're not really getting a resurgence of Pokemania,
yeah.
but we're
It's
like in that
basically
presence
it's
of a
basically on the
resurgence.
internet now because
Yeah,
the fact that the pandemic is now over.
yeah.
Like you
But
said it before,
people are
the
still
Pokemon
collecting
inflation
Pokemon
was
cards.
was kind of
Yeah.
in demand because of Logan Paul buying, like, even he got scammed for some money off of the Pokemon cards,
Oh
but it
yeah.
kind of caused an influence and an influx of people who are getting into the hobby and even selling them on eBay for higher prices. Like, if you go on eBay, let me go on eBay for a moment.
Yeah. I was trying to sell off a kiosk that I knew was gonna cost money, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll just sell it right now because I'm unemployed and I can make a little bit of money on the side. Whatever, you know. Also,
Yeah.
I kind of want to, get rid of it, but I don't want to throw it away. So I relisted it for $20, and next thing you know, that thing's starting to continue bidding.
Wow.
Yeah, because I tried multiple times trying to sell that kiosk, and surprisingly, now it's being sold like
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah, because if you
Like,
look at, like, right now on eBay, Pokemon cards like the Pokemon Sword and Shield, for example, Silver Tempest booster display, the full set is like $249
for the whole set,
for that whole box, for one box. That it
I
comes with all the
remember.
comes with all the
Um, Damn, I remember like I remember when Dollar General used to sell Pokemon cards for $1.
yeah.
And I pulled out a rare card, and I sold that card to someone in school. Sold it for like $50, and that was years ago.
Yeah.
While I was in college, I sold that to someone for $50.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and now those same Pokemon cards are going for like, I think that card doubled in value now. I
Yeah,
think.
a lot of them doubled in value over the years, especially the first editions.
Yeah, the first editions. I used to have them when I was a little kid. I think I was like 3 years old, 4 years
Yeah.
old. I did not take care of them.
I
If I
I,
had
I
those first
admit I
editions,
lost all mine because of a certain roommate. That's what happened.
I
And
still have my Pokemon cards in my closet.
yeah,
But part of me feels like I shouldn't sell them. I
I
shouldn't sell them.
understand. Like, it's been, because, yeah, like, you don't want to get rid of them. You don't want to sell them off, and that's understandable because
Yeah,
they're eventually they will grow. They will probably grow in value someday.
yeah, and the Pokemon games, because I have no idea, because I used to play a lot of Pokemon growing up.
Yeah,
The DS games, I used to play the crap out of them because I did not know about the Pokemon games until I say when I was like 9 years old. I was playing my cousin's copy of Pokemon Fire Red.
yeah,
Didn't give a shit about Fire Red, but then when I was 10 years old, I actually played Pokemon Diamond. I begged my parents for Pokemon Diamond and a Nintendo DS, and that was the first ever Pokemon game I ever played.
yeah,
And then I continued to play the other Pokemon games. That was the only thing I was playing, not Metroid or anything else, just the Pokemon
yeah.
series. And that was the one game series where I would save up money just to play.
Yeah, those
And
were it's
those
like
same those
now
same yeah.
now they're bringing up, like, new stuff from the trading card like, the trading card companies are just basically milking the hell out of Pokemon because they know that
Hmm.
Pokemon is a very popular thing, and it's like they're bringing out, like, new sets of cards every so often, and it gets to that breaking point. Like, every year it's like, oh, we brought out this new one, we brought out this other one, and it's like there's like Scarlet and Violet Stellar Crown booster pack sealed.
I think I pulled out a full art card that was worth like $13,
Yeah,
and I kept it stored. Like I bought a $5 pack,
yeah,
because I was curious, and I suddenly pulled out a full art, and that full art's now going for more money.
yeah.
I'm just like, how the fuck did I suddenly
I
pull out
think you're
a
pretty
full
lucky
card?
on what you get out of it. You probably will. You probably would make a lot of money off of all the stuff that you spend your money on.
Yeah. Um, but yeah, there's like I still have my collection. I just need to put them in binders. I just didn't
Yeah,
bother to.
it's a lot of it's an expensive hobby, but now it's getting more expensive.
Yeah, Pokemon. It is. It really is.
Yeah.
I think down the road it's gonna eventually become as expensive as
Yeah, and
fucking
eventually will
Warhammer.
because the only way what I would suggest is that it'd be funny if someone tried to attempt to bring in Chinese bootleg cards into
Oh yeah, I
because
remember
I
those
remember that
were a thing.
devalued like years ago they that devalued the Pokemon kill that
Yeah,
devalued
I remember.
the
I remember when.
Yu-Gi-Oh
Yeah,
cards
I
by
remember when. Yeah,
$30. Good.
I remember when Yu-Gi-Oh was going for a lot of money back in the day,
Oh yeah,
like
the
specific
first
Yu-Gi-Oh
editions
cards.
were pretty
Yeah,
much lot of money, and the fact that they've
everyone
been
wanted a.
trying to like I had to bring up the subject because Shiny basically showed me this video, and the guy talking about the Pokemon hobby is in serious trouble because a lot of hobbyists that love Pokemon trading card game are are realizing that how much money they're spending and how much it's costing them to get into the hobby because of how many people are spending money trying to buy a rare set of cards that they want to like especially want to play in tournaments for.
Yeah, I don't think many of those collectors play tournaments, and
Some
yeah,
do. I
no.
know there were people that loved go because you get rewarded special cards you go into tournaments.
Oh, oh yeah, you do. Even back then, you would get like scholarships and
Yeah, because
exclusive
there were so many people
Nintendo
that loved
merchandise.
Pokemon so much that even get rewarded special like they get special cards for this, and they don't realize how much it costs
No.
just to get a set of cards. Like now it's getting very expensive because seeing how booster packs are going up in price and they're trying to sell it for a certain amount of cards. Like if you sell cards like for example the guy is selling it for $200 but the full box set of it is like $300. They would have to raise the price just to sell them
Yep.
for like I don't know 36 times 5.
36 times 5. That would be a total of 180.
Yeah, and that's not enough. And they would have to raise it to 10 or 5 10 to something dollars just to get by on that thing. Because
Mm.
originally the original prices for those things are like let me see if I can look it up. If
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
for
you know that.
profit just to sell a
Yeah,
$200 you would have to raise it to $17 per pack.
it's surprising how like even the Game Boy games, and I had like gotten like two Pokemon Game Boy games in middle school for like
Yeah.
$5 at GameStop, and now they're going for like $80 to 100 something dollars.
Okay, so they would have to raise the price to $17 per pack for a booster packs.
Damn.
Just so they could
Um,
just
I
so they could
remember.
like if I do it
Yeah.
like this way minus 300. Okay, hold on. Minus 300. Okay, hold on.
I remember some kids in college. They would tell me that they bought those Pokemon cards with their financial aid. Actually, knew someone who bought a full trainer box, and those things go for like 100 something dollars to like 200 something dollars. It's crazy
I
because
know
back in the
it
day
is
we did not
crazy. It's
have
like
that.
I'm looking at the number like to buy Pokemon cards. Like here's an example. And selling as a retailer for one sealed booster pack. And you have to sell like how many of these things? Like a box set of these things for booster pack, sealed booster packs, and selling them out there for like $7.25, $21. Like, this is no joke. This is a serious business.
Yeah.
Looking at it from a retail perspective, you're looking at the cost of it going up.
You know how much Pokemon cards used to go for back in the day? Like the standard packs. They would
I
go
used to
for like
remember
$2.
They were like $2.50 to $2.
Now they're going for $5
Yeah.
to $10. I'm like, what happened? What's going on?
It's because retail has to, because they're in they're high value now.
High demand. Yeah.
Because Logan Paul kind of did that whole buying out like one card for a crazy amount of money, other than to find out it was a scam.
Yeah.
And it was just pretty bad. Like, this became such a mess for the Pokemon collecting community that it's pretty bad. Like, especially in retail, like people are trying to sell these things, and sometimes it's like kids don't even buy them.
No, it's just the grown men, like grown adults that buy
grown
them.
men and
You got to remember, like the same men that are buying the Pokemon cards are the same men that grew up playing
with
Pokemon.
Pokemon,
Me
yeah. And
like me for
especially when it's
example.
like,
Yeah,
it becomes a simple hobby that everyone's getting into.
yeah.
But at the same time,
Pokemon, you got to remember, was like it's like back in the day, and today, who are the main people buying up Transformer toys?
yeah, adults.
Adults, yes. These are adults that grew up with Transformers when they were kids in the 80s. And they still support Transformers. They
Yeah,
still buy it.
I bought some
Yeah,
Transformers toys.
yeah. I remember back in the day when I was a kid, they would advertise these giant Star Wars Lego toys.
Mm-hmm.
And I always wanted to get one of these, but then I realized as I got older who was the actual audience, that were the actual people who are buying those toys were not kids.
We're not
Or
kids. We're just adults. Yeah,
it was
that
just
are.
adults.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
used to remember. I used to remember showing up at some guy's house when I was in a elementary school. No, it wasn't elementary school. It was grade school. Um, we went to this house. We were on a field trip. We went to this house. This person had a whole collection of freaking Star Wars toys. I remember showing up at seeing this house. This person had a whole collection of Star Wars toys, and I'm just like looking at it like, wow, but we weren't supposed to touch it. They wanted to show us an example of what a house is. This person had a collection of fucking Star Wars toys that were like pristine, cool looking, and it was just like, what the hell?
Yeah, like I remember as a kid, I remember going to a Toys R Us, and when I was there, I remember seeing a Star Wars Force FX lightsaber. Remember those?
Yeah, I remember those.
And this was when Revenge of the Sith was coming out. I think this was after. I was actually going to Toys R Us. I wanted to get one of those, but that never happened.
I understand.
Because no, yeah.
Instead,
I got a toy lightsaber, but I didn't care, But it's kind of nuts how like you kind of wanted that, but you realize you will never get that.
The commercial one that they did, like the one where it's like $200 and it had like all the sound effects and everything.
Yeah.
That was funny.
And then I realized, like, if a kid were to get one of these toys, they would have broke it instantly.
Yeah.
They would have broken instantly, man. Even if he was like, even if the kid was like 8 years old or 9 years old, they would have broken the shit instantly.
Yeah. That's true because it's
Yeah.
like I can imagine like here's like I'm gonna go look up the Transformers.
But really, but look, let me just pull up the commercial real quick. I'm not sure if you can actually show this. Hold on.
Okay, we could probably show it, but this is and I'm just gonna tell everyone that this is kind of what's going on. Okay, RC.
Yeah, let me show you. Let me kind of like pull it up from Lightsaber 2005. All right, let me just pull it up. Commercial.
Okay, I probably would.
Okay, I remember they were showing this commercial when I was a fucking kid on Cartoon Network. Like, keep in mind, like they were showing stuff like the Star Wars the Star Wars Gendy Tartakovsky TV show.
Oh yeah.
They were showing all that. All right, I want you to see this shit. I want you to see this shit and tell me. Like the Star Wars, I think it was this commercial, or it was this. Yeah, no. It wasn't that commercial. It was this one.
All right.
This one.
All right.
This is the one.
Okay, this is the
This
one.
is the one This is the one they showed. No, wait, was it? Was it? Yeah, it was. This was the one they were showing.
A battle that started a long time ago.
This is the one they were showing on Cartoon Network when I was a kid.
Jedi Knights for the
And
Guardians
they were
of Peace.
showing this
And
commercial like it
split
was
the
so
galaxy in
cool.
two.
You were like,
won the
you're like 8 years old, 9 years old, but you did not know that this toy was not for kids. This toy was for the turbo fucking Star Wars nerd, the one who could afford this crap.
Yeah, that's true.
And they showed this on a kids network for fucking kids. And I'm like, this is not something that a kid can afford. This was like,
yeah, this
was way above.
I recall
Yeah,
that thing was expensive toy.
Why would they show this? Like, I guarantee you tell your parents you want this toy for Christmas, they are not gonna get you this fucking toy. I know this because I remember
the Doku,
wanting this fucking
they
toy.
made a Doku version of it too.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Like,
I swear, it's like this was this was the Neo Geo of my generation. You know, the unobtainable product of my generation. This was it. This was fucking it.
Yeah.
This was the toy that, you know, you ask your parents for. They're going to be like, fuck you, kid. Fuck you, kid. We're not getting you this. We're just going to get you a $5 flip-up lightsaber we got for like $5.
It just pops up. It was funny, though. Like, those toys were funny as hell, but a bit expensive, though.
Yeah.
And
no. The only people who could afford this toy was, like I said, was the man children who grew up with the teenagers and man children who grew up with the original Star Wars and are turbo nerd fans for the prequels, and they were like, yes, I want to get this shit for myself or my office because I'm gonna fucking swing that shit in my office while I'm bored. Or, like, go home my dead-end 9-to-5 job and, like, hook up and play Star Wars and swing the fucking lightsaber for, like, at least 5 minutes until I go back to the fucking grind.
How much it would cost? FX Light.
It's going for $149 on eBay. To $75 on eBay bidding.
Actually, they're like 200 to 100.
Mm-hmm.
Hasbro Star Wars Black Series Darth Revan Force FX Elite lightsaber.
Yep. I actually had this lightsaber growing up. I still have pictures of. I actually had the Mace Windu. I actually had the Mace Windu lightsaber, but it wasn't like the electric one. It was just a basic the basic. You just flip it and you put it back in the
Oh
little
wow! Even
hilt.
the
Yeah,
Salvation Army selling the this for $36.
the Force FX one.
Yeah, the Kylo Ren one.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's the problem with Star Wars. Nowadays it's just very mass produced. Um,
Yeah,
it's it's a dead brand. It
yeah.
really
You
is a
can
dead
see right
brand.
here.
Like I have like had I was speaking of Star Wars, like ages ago when I was active on YouTube, I wanted to make a video on Star Wars. Just a huge compilation of all the influx of dead products. And I've actually cataloged an entire year's worth of fucking footage
Yeah.
of unsold Star Wars toys. I actually went to a Toys R Us when my mom was alive, just out of like curiosity's sake. I went inside and I saw a bunch of Star Wars light speeders being sold for 50% off,
Discount. Yeah.
discounted. Like everything in the Toys R Us store was sold out except for the Star Wars products. Like everything was unsold. Like every Star Wars thing unsold. Nobody bought
Yeah.
anything Star Wars. Like
Especially when they have to get rid of that stuff. Like they couldn't even sell that stuff even if they tried, because not many people are into Star Wars like they used to. It's like,
no, because the Disney buyout killed it. Like it fucking killed it.
yeah,
Even though The Mandalorian was popular, even though like we had a bunch of other stuff that came out in the Star Wars Disney buyout. Like I don't hate Rogue One. I think that was the better movie, but even though it was it really that also killed Star Wars. That killed the
yeah.
other
I
stuff.
actually
Yeah,
did like Rogue One.
yeah. But the problem with Rogue One, it killed off what okay, you know that Star Wars game that came out on the PS1?
Yeah.
Uh the one that had this guy who was the actual person who showed the Death Star plans to Princess Leia. I don't
Oh, he
remember
killed
what.
the lore. Death. I think it was Star Wars.
Let me look it up. I'm sorry.
Unleash. Was it?
No, it wasn't Force Unleashed. It was Star Wars. Shadows of the Empire. I think it was.
Oh
No,
yeah,
was it?
Shadows of the
Yeah,
Empire. They do have
Shadows
that
of the
on
Empire.
Steam.
Yes. Yeah, it did. But that's what Disney did. Like they took everything these fans, these every thing that was in the mythos of Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah, they basically they basically what they did was they retconned it because they think Star Wars having an expanded universe is dumb, and they want to make it their own
Th- That
Marvel.
that basically ruins the continuity of Star Wars.
It did,
And that's the
especially
thing,
with
like,
Boba Fett. Yeah,
and
bless you.
they kind of
So
but yet
what
they
they did,
used
yeah.
Boba Fett with the book of
Mhm.
Boba Fett, and then they had the Mandalorian, which wasn't
And
Boba Fett.
they had what was his fucking name from the books? Oh yeah, I rented out a Star Wars book and I've yet to read it because I got
Mm,
so much books I got to read. Thrawn. Yeah,
Thrawn.
they reused Thrawn in the Star Wars Rebels TV show,
Yeah.
and that was a terrible fucking TV show. It's just basically Space Aladdin in it.
Space Aladdin. Yeah,
No, I'm not
I know
kidding.
Disney
I'm
used
not
to
kidding. The
always
yeah.
overplay Aladdin in the cartoon shows that they did.
Yeah, so that's what they did. They made a TV show where a Jedi was. What if we have Aladdin from Disney be in the Star Wars universe, and they just made it their original Star Wars character, which was an Aladdin clone, but they just they just gave him Jedi powers, and you have this other guy who, um, I don't know, these forgettable characters really, but the show had cool stuff in it.
Yeah.
They even had a fight with Obi-Wan and Darth Maul, which they
Yeah.
rematched, but it was honestly just they put comedy in it, and that literally didn't make any sense. Oh, and the last few episodes of Star Wars, the Clone Wars, the final season,
Yeah.
I was expecting Disney to animate the already completed episodes, but that's not what they did. What they did was they decided to scrap all of it, and they made a new season out of it. I'm like, why not do that? You already have the thing unfinished. Fans want to see the unfinished stuff. Why not put that out?
Yeah, and that's the problem. Disney's just like, oh, we're kind of we don't have the money for that. Like, you guys spent almost a lot of money on one project and after another, and then you did this other project that didn't do so well.
Yeah, you got to understand that Disney right now is like they're hemorrhaging ideas.
Yeah, they're
And
hemorrhaging ideas, especially at the
yeah.
studio.
And not to mention, I think I saw a video talking about how the Muppets are basically dead from Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they decided not to do anything with the Muppets. They're just there in their catalog, not do anything with it. Just sit there on the rights. It's basically not it's not just Disney, right? That
Yeah.
I'm noticing. It's a lot of these multi-billion dollar companies. They rather just not do anything with these IPs that they kind of like rest and not do anything with, and they just rather let it die. Like
Yeah.
um Microsoft, for example, they had a lot of games, a lot of fucking games, and keep in mind, I just recently got the Xbox emulator working.
Oh, that's good.
They actually ironed out a bunch of stuff in the latest update. But if you look back on the original Xbox, you will notice a lot of IPs that they made, a lot of original games that Microsoft made.
Yeah, I remembered some of
That
them.
yeah, that
They
Microsoft
bought out
nowadays
they bought out
yeah
Mech Warrior.
yeah they did. And you got to remember, right? Like in the original Xbox, they had a lot of IPs, even the rare IPs and all that other stuff. That nowadays, Microsoft doesn't want to do anything with their old IPs. They rather just buy out studios, and the next thing you know, most of the studios are going to die, and that Microsoft's just going to sit on their IP and do nothing with.
And that's the
You know?
problem. Like, Microsoft is not aware that they could have done something with their IPs. There's certain
Yeah.
games that they could have brought back if they were
Mm-hmm.
because people were interested in it. But the problem is they don't want to do that.
Yeah.
They
The
they're they
I
they're in the
think they had
concern of making money.
yeah, like fuck, I think even the main Phil Spencer, like he promoted Crimson Skies when they were doing the whole backwards compatibility. So
Yeah.
it's like they don't it's not like they don't know about their old IPs. They are aware of them, you know? So but they decide not to do anything with them. Where's Blinks the Time Cat? Not announced. Where's Brutal Force? Not announced. Where's freaking yeah Amped. Amped. Yeah. Remember that snowboarding game, Amped? Did
Yeah.
nothing. Not doing anything with it. Fuck, I think
And Amp
like
was actually
two.
really good too.
It was. I just played it a couple of hours ago. Yeah, it's really good. Really good snowboarding game. Um, Fusion Frenzy. They only made a sequel. That's it. What? Whacked that party game. They didn't make anything else after Whacked. Um, what's another IP they made? Fucking uh, damn it! It was like they got a lot of IPs they're not using. Like I just pull it up right now. Um,
hold on, let me kind of just see what their
Yeah.
IPs that they're not using. So they got Blinks. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
They have let me see another one. Amped got a sequel, Amped 2. They did not make another one. Blood Wake, not doing anything with it.
Yeah.
Fuck, what's another one that's exclusive on Xbox? Yeah, Mech Assault, you've mentioned that. They're not doing anything with that. They did make a sequel, but they're not making a third game. Not making a third Mech Assault.
Yeah, they're not gonna make
Yeah.
anything. Especially they canceled Diamond. I think it was. Let me see if I can look it up because I have it on my
Yeah.
Xbox app on
What
my
about
PC.
yeah? Is Fable kind of like dead in the water?
They're still making that. From what I understand, they're still making that game, but it's on the whatchamacallit thing.
Xbox.
Yeah, because they got an app for this. It's like they canceled Diamond. It was called Diamond Dust.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Azurki.
and I know
Yeah.
Rare. I
I've yet to
believe
play
Rare was
that.
sold.
I think like 2 years ago, I was playing fucking Sudeki. Then I realized
Sudeki,
why
yeah.
it died. Yeah, it not died because of Fable, and they're not doing anything with that IP either. Um,
Fair enough.
what's another IP that I've mentioned? Um, I have not mentioned. I'm still looking through their library. Oh yeah, they have an exclusive Japanese IP called Nude, which is basically you control a waifu robot, but that never
Yeah,
came
and
out
they
in the
also have
States.
Minecraft too, which, from what I understand, the creator of Minecraft is making his own version of it.
Yeah. What's another IP that Microsoft isn't making? Did the 360 ever had an original IP? Oh yeah, Gears of War.
Gears of War.
But they only made. That's it. They only made Gears of War.
Yeah. And right
Um,
now, to my understanding, Microsoft is trying to sell like TVs and movies now.
yeah, they want to do the same thing Sony's doing.
Yeah, they're trying to compete against them in the marketplace. I know that they're trying to they're trying to influence people into other
Yeah,
games.
Carve. They're not doing anything with that. It was like a boat game, but like uh a speeder game. I don't remember what that type of boat is called. I think it was like a
Yeah.
they're not doing anything with that IP.
Oh, really?
Nope. Um and they have a lot of dead IPs they're not really doing anything
I'm
with.
looking at like the let me look at the Xbox games that they released list that you
Yeah.
might remember.
Yeah, I unfortunately did not grow up with Xbox.
I did. I remember playing let me see, what was that one game called? Escape from Butcher's Bay.
Hold on, I gotta see something real quick. Back.
The Chronicles of Riddick Escape from Butcher's Bay.
Yeah, isn't the Chronicles of Riddick like a wasn't that an animated movie and a movie as
Um,
well?
they did make an animated movie. It was called Dark. It was like something like Chronicles of Riddick Dark something. Let me see. The Chronicles of Riddick. On Dark Athena, which was the animated movie that they did, but they also made a video game for it. And I wanted to play the Assault on Dark Athena, but um, to my understanding, people didn't like that game. even though it got an 8 point something, they wouldn't even make it. I know that Starbreeze Studios made that game, and they're the people that were responsible for Payday. And they were also responsible for Brothers, The Tale of Two Sons, but they were responsible for Chronicles of Riddick Escape.
How come we don't get games like Steel Battalion? You know?
Yeah, it's the same company that did like Payday. And
Yeah.
I'm surprised they you can play this on Xbox One from what I heard. But
That's true.
and but I wish they would act like, I know it's on PC too. Like you could play this on
Yes.
PC, and I believe that it's on Steam. Let me see if I can look it up.
Oh yeah, here's another one. Knights Apprentice. Not doing anything with that IP. On Kingdom Under Fire. Kingdom Under Fire Heroes. They're not making another Kingdom Under Fire.
Yeah, they won't, because they, and I wish they would make another Chronicles of Riddick game, but that's not going to happen because I understand what's his name, Vin Diesel's focusing on doing that, doing the whatchamacallit series.
Oh, Vin Diesel, yeah. Didn't he like have Parkinson's or something? Vin Diesel, like, didn't he have like Parkinson's or was diagnosed with something?
No, he's not. To my understanding.
Oh no, I mean Bruce Willis. Yeah.
Actually, he had a stroke, and that caused him to lose his memory. He never got a lot of sleep working because of course, because of the fact his ex-wife had to force him to pay alimony, which was really
Nightcaster, another dead IP from them.
Yeah. And I wish they would bring. I wish they would bring back Chronicles Riddick, even though that's like a third-party game.
It was a third-party, yeah.
Yeah, it was a third-party game, but it helped make Xbox the most popular game system to ever have because of this game. I wanted to play this game so badly, and I recall this game was such a pain in the ass to play. I played this on hard mode, and I remember that was the fun times playing that game. It offered...
But it's kind of like, I was no stranger to Xbox because was the first platform I ever played Mortal Kombat, Deadly Alliance, and Armageddon, because I remember playing that at a friend's house ages ago.
And you may recall Enclave was another one.
Oh yeah, I had it on Steam actually.
Let me see, that was on Steam, but I believe it was also on... Yeah, it's on Xbox One, so it's not really Xbox.
No.
Let me see what else they had.
There was a lot of exclusive Japanese titles.
Yeah, there was.
The States never got.
One of them happened to be
but there is a reason why the Xbox failed in Japan.
I know why.
It's not because of the Xbox is too big and bulky and American. No, it's you got to remember it was the PlayStation.
The PlayStation
with the
was
DVD.
more convenient with its DVD. Yeah, you're right about that because it was more convenient and cheaper.
If the Xbox, like, you gotta also remember, GameCube was also failing in Japan too, wasn't it?
Well, it wasn't because it was more convenient as well because it was a small little system that you could carry around with you. That's why it was.
That's true.
And the fact that the people don't realize the popularity of the system itself is because of certain games that were on there, like Final Fantasy games were on there, and fans would go on that system because of Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles and Pokemon, and Pokemon Arena was also another thing that drew a lot of attention to that system as well. And there was a lot of games on there that kind of did make. Let me see if I can find that game because I have it. Okay, here it is. Metal Wolf Chaos. But this is like the XD version of it, which is on PC. And I know that it was on Xbox 360, and this was from Software when Microsoft paid them to actually make to make a game for them, and they made this game, and it became like a cult following, even though it wasn't successful in the Japan. It started to get a lot of attention from fans in the U.S., and they wanted this game because the fact that this game was so cheesy of a storyline, they couldn't help but laugh at this game because it drew in a lot of attention with fans that were like, the moment when you play this game, it was originally on Xbox, but some people managed to backwards compatibility with the Xbox 360 play it on there. And this thing costs a lot of money just to play. And Microsoft paid them money just to make this game on the system, and people couldn't help but laugh at it. But it's a shame that they couldn't put it on the system.
Right.
Like, let me see if I can look up the list of Xbox games. See if I can find. I know there was another game that Microsoft did.
Yeah. The 360, I don't know.
Games.
I would have actually liked to have a for 360
List.
growing up, but instead I got a Wii.
Okay.
There was Perfect Dark, wasn't it? Was not on the
Sonic
360.
Fighters from 1996, which Microsoft claimed had no involvement in, yet it was.
Wait, they made that?
Yeah, Sonic Fighters.
Oh shit!
No, no, they didn't make it. Basically, this came out on Sonic Fighters, known for Sonic Championships, is a 1996 three-dimensional fighting game from Sega, developed by AM2, built by Model 2 arcade system, pits players. I remembered this game, but I think it was on.
I'm surprised that was not on. I'm surprised that wasn't on the PlayStation. No,
Yeah, it was
on the Saturn, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Was it on the Saturn?
it was on the Saturn, and now Xbox managed to bring it back for online arena play. But I was like, what the hell? Let's see what else they had.
Oh yeah. You know what's weird? I remember going to a flea market and I saw a weird Sonic game that claim was like on the PC, and I was like, wait a minute, but how come like there's a Sonic game for the PC? If Sega wasn't like a software company at the time, and it was a game for Sonic 3D Blast,
Yeah,
but it was for the PC, and it's kind of surprising to see that, you know.
yeah. Let's see. Let me look at the games. I used to remember Alien Homad used to be like one of those games that was shown on the website Newgrounds. That's where it got its popularity at, was Newgrounds, and then they made that game for Then they put it on console.
On consoles. I remember Toonami, the anime block and Cartoon Network was like reviewing that game at the time. They were like I was no stranger to it, but I just didn't have I didn't get the game.
Let me see what else they have on
Or
this
you
thing.
know,
Well, let's see. Crave Entertainment. Let me see. Microsoft Studios. Blinks the Time Sweeper, which was
Blinks the
Microsoft
Time
Studios.
Sweeper. Yeah.
Yeah, Blinks the Time Sweeper. That was one of the games they did. Because I'm looking at the list. Bloodwake, which happened to be a very popular game, People like that for some reason.
Blood Rain, yeah. Then
No, not Blood Rain.
I
Blood
oh
Wake.
Blood Wake.
But I know Blood Rain happened to be another one that became a hit.
Oh right, Blood Wake, the boat
Yeah, the
game.
boat
Yeah, it
game.
was kind of similar to Hydro Thunder.
Yeah.
Similar, I say, but
Yeah,
it's
and
not like
of course
Hydro
this
Thunder.
is also on Blowout. That was another game. Let's see, Breakdown. That was an attempt by Namco to making a highly graphics game for the system. Let's see what else. I'm looking at what they have. I remember Brute Force. That was actually okay game, but I recall they didn't sell well. Let me see what else.
There was a lot of Microsoft games that kind of went and didn't really sell well.
Yeah, and it was their attempt to put games on the system that they can put on there, but third party
Yeah,
games
it's
kind of got
weird.
popular.
It's weird that they don't do exclusives anymore. Like when they first came out with the Xbox, that's what they were supposed to do with the Xbox
Yeah,
One and the
um,
Xbox.
yeah,
Make original games. Like
yeah. They
Sony,
even got
I know,
Live and
yeah,
Reloaded, which happened to be like on the Nintendo.
platform, yeah. It
Yeah,
was, but it was censored actually when they put it on Xbox and they remade it.
yeah. Rare made that one. Let me see what
Which
else they
what's the
have.
point of censoring it? You know.
Let me see. Crimson Skies, which happened to be popular. Remember that game? Um, what else they had? Because I'm looking at the list of Microsoft stuff that they did. Let's see, Dead or Alive, which Microsoft Studios did put out.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, Dead
It's
or
because
Alive
the
3
main
did.
guy who made Dead or Alive, he
Yeah,
wanted to make a game for the Xbox because he realized, you know what, the system is more powerful than the PS3. You know, let's go with this one.
yeah, because it was more like Sega. Because original Dead or Alive 1 was on
On
Dreamcast, and they
the
realized how
Dreamcast,
powerful
yeah.
that was.
But the guy who made Dead or Alive, he said, "Let's go with Microsoft because they had a better console." He
Yeah,
wasn't really focused on the whole Japanese market. He was focused on, can I get this fighting game running on this thing?
and I know Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind was pretty popular. Like I said,
Yeah,
Encore
Elder
was another
Scrolls was
one.
popular at the time. It
And
was
I know the ESPN and all the other games were very popular too.
the sports games as well. Oh
Yeah,
right,
here it is. Fable
even
was on the list, and Fable Lost
Sega.
Chapters.
When Sega dropped out of the race, they decided to make games for Microsoft to a point where Microsoft was going to buy them out, but they said no,
Yeah,
or they kind of just paid it off all their debts because of a guy who
yeah, and then Microsoft
felt bad
took
for the
over
company.
for the U.S. version when Tecmo was. Man, I feel bad for Tecmo.
Yep. Koei Tecmo, they damn, they're not they're a shell of what they once were, man.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, and I don't want to go into the whole controversy with the freaking
I understand. I remember Full Spectrum Warrior, like that. People loved that game. People used to brag about how good that game is, and I know Gauntlet Dark Legacy
I
was another one.
I only played the only thing I ever played from Koei Tecmo was the Ninja Gaiden games, but I only played them at
Fair
kiosks
enough.
back in the day, and I was only aware of Ninja Gaiden. I didn't really care that much for
Microsoft's
DOA.
graphical
Like, don't get me
was
wrong, I wanted to play DOA. Like I wanted to play the DOA when it was coming on the 3DS at the time, but
fair
I
enough.
decided to go with Street
And of
Fighter.
course, all the Grand Theft Autos from 3 to San Andreas to Vice City.
Yep.
Yep. And then of course Guilty Gear was one of the popular ones. I
Yeah.
know that people used to talk about Gun Griffin. Yeah, that game. And I know Valkyrie was another one. The Guy game, which was a controversial one from Xbox. Half Life 2, of course, and of course Halo that came out in
Half-Life
2022.
2, I think I saw a Modern Vintage Gamer video on it.
Yeah,
It was an impossible port, and there were things that the
because
Xbox port did.
it was originally developed on my not on Windows but on Apple on
Half-Life?
the Mac computers.
Half-Life 2?
Not Half Life 2, Halo.
Oh, right. Yeah, it was.
And that's the reason why it was having a hard time. I know Headhunter Redemption was another one that people say was pretty good. Um, there was, let's see, Hitman. I know that's another good game series.
Yeah.
Man, people are bringing back Hunter Reckoning Redeemer.
Ugh.
Jesus Christ,
I
Ninja.
think I'm gonna talk to you later. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm
And that's
tired,
fine,
man.
man. Um, there's a lot of stuff on this list that I cannot believe exists. Like King of the Fighters is on
Hmm.
there.
Oh yeah, King of Fighters was on the Xbox.
Yeah,
Even Marvel, Capcom versus SNK games was on the Xbox. There were a handful
there's
of
a
fighting
lot of games
games.
that were pretty good that were on there. Like Legacy of Kain, Defiance. They tried that. Um, I know that they had Spyro. That's another one because that
Yeah.
was a popular PlayStation game. I know Mace Griffin.
Yeah,
That was
Spyro,
another.
it wasn't made by the same company when they left whenever when Insomniac Games left Universal, they
Yeah,
cannot make another Spyro game because that was owned by Universal at the time.
yeah,
So what Universal Vivendi did, they licensed out Spyro and Crash Bandicoot to Sierra,
yeah,
and Sierra made their own versions of Spyro and Crash Bandicoot. Then Vivendi went to Toys for Bob for the Game Boy ports of
yeah,
Spyro and Crash Bandicoot. Like they made their own um,
yeah,
Vicarious Visions and Toys for Bob. Like they were making their own Spyro and Crash Bandicoot games
yeah.
at
And
the
I
time.
remember Need for Speed Underground, which was like the popular. Like I remembered everyone was playing that. I was playing that
There was
because
an arcade port I remember playing.
yeah, Need for Speed Underground.
Yeah, there was an
And
arcade port
then they
of that
brought out
game.
part two. Like people were seriously into that game. I was into it because the soundtracks were in there.
Hmm.
Like you couldn't help but listen to the soundtrack, and it was just chill, just to
Ooh.
drive around.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that soundtracks now for music, I mean for video games, it's gonna die now because
Yeah,
Spotify,
yeah,
and
because they
that's
can
gonna
never
kill the
remake
magic.
that. They can never reproduce that again.
No,
Like
and
if anything, I would probably talk to them about it. Be like, you need to really renegotiate with these people about the music in the game, and try to at least license the games out, and try to at least talk to them about how much you want to pay
right.
them. And of course, Ninja Gaiden.
And I think the last thing I'm gonna say, I don't think it's a bad thing because that would cause video game companies to focus more on original compositions
Yeah,
than just relying on licensed music. But licensed music, the reason why it was a thing is because that would show the power of game consoles at the time. That hey, we have all this licensed music. It was I think it was like the Super Nintendo, believe it or
even
not, when they
Fantasy
put out
Star Online was on there from episode 1 and 2.
yeah. Uh I know I'm gonna be wrong here, but I think it was until like the Super Nintendo when they showed Guns N' Roses for
that one game that Midway made.
Yeah,
I don't remember. You know what I'm talking about, right?
yeah,
That's when they were showing up licensed music, and it wasn't until years later that many people want to push licensed music into video games as a way to like show the power of their consoles. Like even Sega,
yeah.
like
Even
Crazy
I
Taxi,
recalled. I
Crazy
recalled.
Taxi would.
PlayStation had the like you can make you could like you remember that mixer system MTV music generator.
Yeah, it was the that it was the music maker that MTV had
Yeah,
on the
music
PlayStation,
generator
right?
create music for the PlayStation. Like I used to remember that. Like it's a shame that they can't like MTV will
You
never make that.
no, it's like we had games like Vib Ribbon and well, it was Japanese only, where
Yeah,
you can put the CD of a music CD and put it in the console and fuck around with the music with the levels or
yeah.
even Monster Rancher
Like
they used to
you
make that with
like a
yeah.
lot of people these days are listening like you would not believe. They're listening to jungle music.
Yeah, I want to learn how to make jungle music, like the electronic early 2000 jungle based music. Like
Yeah.
I don't know how to make that. I want to understand how they make it.
Yeah, like
You know?
right now it's like people are sampling like a bunch of songs from the PlayStation game and like the MTV music genre just to make their own little tracks.
Taxes
Yep.
was
Like I
waiting.
thought it was funny.
Yeah, it's great.
Now
It's
Taxes
surprising.
is a TurboTax expert
But you
who
know
can do
that
your
many
taxes in a
artists
day,
sample
so you
Kingdom
can get up
Hearts,
to
right?
$4,000 instantly.
I know
Now,
Brothers was one of them.
Yeah. Fucking a lot of rappers sample that the soundtrack from that game. Uh Surprising how many video games people sample out of, you know?
Yeah.
Even like in the 80s, believe it or not, when uh I don't know if it was Michael Jackson or Janet Jackson, but one of them sampled Sonic the Hedgehog in their music.
Yeah. And I
They
was like
fucking did
listening
that.
to what people were making, especially with the N64 and other systems. Like they were like I'm looking it up right now. Like people are like making mixes of songs from that era and just playing it on there like just to chill and listen to songs because they like the bass, they like the stuff for it. And I thought it was funny like just listening to the chill tracks that they had on there, especially like even DDR music was pretty entertaining.
Hmm. Oh, DDR, like it's surprising how many songs that I listen to on DDR Max 2 that I end up listening to on the radio decades later that they kind of put out in some random music stations.
Yeah,
Yeah, and most of the music that came out on DDR was not licensed. Most of it was like Beat
yeah,
Money was the one that made
yeah,
them.
and you could even
And
insert
it's
your own music
surprising.
too.
Yeah, it's surprising, right? That I think I went to a round one ages ago, right? And they had a lot of these imported rhythm games. One of them that I was looking for to play was fucking Dance Rush, and when I played, I was like, I don't like it that much. But it wasn't until I actually checked out Sound Voltage that I was like, oh my god, this is really good. And then I looked it up that a lot of people that created music would upload their music to Konami just to get voted on, just to see if they can get their soundtrack on these cabinets officially.
Yeah, or
It's
big games
crazy.
or anything like that, or indie games.
It's crazy how like the how Beat Bonnie's rhythm games are still big in Japan, but here in the States it's like well in
I know
Japan it's like the arcades
Afrojack
are dead. Yeah.
was one of them.
I know that in Japan, it's like these rhythm games are still being played, but they're not being played the way we're thinking, like in the arcades. No, these guys are buying exclusive merchandise that they're getting in Japan, like exclusive controllers, and they're just playing it on their PCs through a membership subscription, and they're just playing it on their browsers.
Yeah.
Because Konami, they're very big on PC,
Yeah.
and they own part of GOG, I believe.
Yeah, it's like you'd be surprised what they were doing. Like I know, like there's a lot of people from that era that mixed a lot of songs on there. I know that there was some people that retired, and surprisingly, they people make remixes of songs and then they just put it on there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
Yeah, man. I'm gonna have to buy a new mouse pad down the road. My mouse pad's like peeling off, unfortunately.
I understand.
Yep. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, you too, man. I'm looking. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
go
look at
sleep.
this video for a moment.
All right. Talk to you later. All right, man. Take care.
Stealing! Oh my god!
Shining face of that
I had it. What the heck? No one has it for some reason. He turned his VMAX.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Now check that out.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
I literally have one. I don't know what happened.
Very cheap and sell fast. No one has them.
Yeah. I know I have it. I just because I bought a few. It's a matter of finding it. Nope.
I didn't see you giving me any signals.
Nope.
I didn't see you giving me any signals.
Yo, you got my card too, bro. Put my card back. Check his pocket, bro. I'm serious, bro.
For real? For real?
Yeah, I'm watching from over there, bro. I'm missing the card. That was just on my table right now. Pull out the card right there. Pull out the card that's in front. 60? This year?
Yeah.
60. Now, what about my card? Which card? I know what card. Is it good now? I don't know.
Yeah. We're good.
Where's my card? Yeah, I got my Umbridge. I just saw it. I'm watching it from my table. Yeah, I just told you. You put it in your pocket.
Just now? He wouldn't have it if you didn't say nothing.
Your card, right?
Yeah, I'm
Take out your
missing my
card
card.
too, right?
I need Zell. 7.
Tags on a jersey, and he stood right here when I showed him this picture, and he's like, "You have cameras here?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "My bad." That's what he said to me.
I'm gonna go put that back.
You sure?
And it's wonderful they even got your tag from back then.
Steal this.
It's all concealed in your pockets.
It doesn't matter. I didn't
Sure
leave
does.
the store.
Say 5, but for him, there we go. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you.
Did you notice this in the back of the last clip? This kid slides a pack up his sleeve and really managed to catch him. But yeah, shame this happens at card shows. But yeah, definitely keep your eyes up. Obviously, I thought I'd put this clip out there just so you guys have some awareness as a vendor. If you do sell yourself, like, keep your eyes out, because you never know, because the kids still stayed around and just kept on looking at packs, trying to probably play it off cool or something like that. But apparently he did also come back multiple times. So yeah, guys, just keep your eyes out when you are vendoring. Obviously, if you are one vendor and you got multiple tables, try and get some help, because it does help to have some eyes.
Take a look.
Don't try to steal shit. I see it happen before.
Yeah, I ripped a lot, to be honest.
Because you're the only vendor that had like all
Yeah.
good stuff.
And you see right here, he's putting it on his phone.
Alright.
No, just be careful.
Yeah. Let me show it to the camera real quick. We're selling one Charizard V-Star, Charizard EX, another Charizard EX, and another one, and then a couple of singles for 120.
So yesterday you might have seen that there was a thief in store who stole a full base set binder. So let's go through that. First, let's take a look at the incident. If any other card shops out there see this guy, kick him out.
Can I show you? Yeah. Actually, let me.
All right, so you see the gentleman right here in the biker jacket, and he's got his backpack. Look right here, boom. You see that pink binder? He pulled that pink binder real quick, and then he takes the yellow binder, which was his binder, and he takes this other yellowish binder. So those were his binders that he brought in to trade. And the store said that those binders he brought to trade, and the pink binder is the one that was full of alternate art Pokemon cards that he stole. Now that binder was under this blue binder right here that he's looking at. Let's take a look at it again. See, he's got his bag, the blue binder under his bag, and his hand under the blue binder, and he slips that pink binder out from under the blue binder. And that shows you that this was not an accident, that this was definitely something that he did on purpose, and he intentionally took that pink binder because it was under the blue binder, and it wasn't something that was an accident.
All right, everybody, just back. What's going on, Dave?
Dude, they was stealing shit, bro.
What?
Yeah.
What? They're stealing shit in here? No shit. Oh my god, dude. This kid, they just caught these kids stealing. These kids have been stealing from here all the time. Look, Did you catch them? Did they take off running?
Dude, they took off fucking running, dude.
I think we should tell the people working here.
Well, I guess if they was fucking worried about it, they should have had security.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and this does happen. This does happen a lot. Like, theft is a serious thing that happens in the Pokemon vending scene. Like, this shit happens. Even in retail, it happens. Like, seeing how this happens, card thieves are increasingly getting worse in the Pokemon scene. And people have not been talking about this for a long time. Like, this is something that kind of does happen. Anyways, I'll be right back, guys. Anyways, I'm back. Sorry. Had to take care of something. Anyways, I guess I better go and talk about this because this is something that happened recently. Now, people are kind of talking about this drama. With a lot of things, I'm going to go ahead and talk about this anime because why not? I brought up this issue because apparently, yes, they got Hatsune Miku in Hatsune Miku doing Fortnite, and this happens to be one of the yeah, so that's what happened. So yeah, everyone's like talking about this. Now, the next thing I'm going to talk about is this whole situation with a this is Eugenia Lessa, if I can pronounce it right. Eugenia was banned from Reddit r/Sailor Moon. I'm not joking. Over the fact that she made a 3D rendering of an art that she created, which I'll show you guys. This is the art that she did, and she claims that this reeks of which I talked about recently, and I feel bad for this lady because she was banned from r/Reddit, and this person named Lemonade, who happens to be the moderator, is on Blue Sky, like, no joke, you know, where all the lefties go, where they go and cry about their stuff. She tried to contact the person and was blocked by this person to try to at least tell them that no, this is not AI, and the person was so upset about this, like, no joke. This is becoming a situation to where this person, Lemonade, is just upset and butthurt by the fact that I looked at the video in question. She used Unreal Engine, which was just like a normal mod for Elden Ring, and she designed something that was basically basically, I forgot what it was called, a shrine for Sailor Moon, and she was literally banned for this. Part of the reason the old rule was is because the kind of finding what's AI isn't AI can be difficult. Can't you just rely on the looks bad, or the hands are wonky? Because I draw bad and I draw wonky hands. It's why I don't specifically share any art in attempts ever. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing that I looked at. The hands on the character. When you look at the the art form. Like, she actually showed the work of it. You can see right here. You can see right here the hands and everything. They look okay. You can see right here she's holding the staff correctly, but she believes that this person is AI because at the wrong angle. But you can see right here she was trying to make like a statue of Sailor Moon. And people got upset about this. Like, this person, Lemonade, got upset because she was trying to tell him, hey, this is not AI. It's AI. It's a siren song of people who spent 4 years in art school and still stuck at art and managed to get admin status on an art form. As someone who does generative AI as a job, I say it's a lot harder than it looks. As much as skill as any other method of art. And this is kind of the thing that bothers me about this. Posted on Sci-Fi, I'll approve the pin and prove it. Like, at least someone at Sci-Fi at least appreciates this. They basically are saying that they are victims now. And of course, yeah, sending folks to spam my Reddit with more mod mail and me on Blue Sky gets you banned and reports on both platforms. This is kind of the weird thing about this person. When they try to ask, hey, maybe you shouldn't, the classic Devar, like, she's basically placing blame on the artists and banning them. I don't think this type of behavior is acceptable by the mod themselves, because the mod basically is behaving like a child and wasn't even trying to, to admit that they were wrong. The classic example why people hate Reddit and Redditors have the reputation they do. The funny part is that most people on Reddit hate the moderators too. It's actually a very small cabal of a few hundred people who moderate dozens of subs each. It's a secret society conspiracy if it was insanely pathetic. It's like the most platforms, including real life. The difference is Reddit mods are extra pathetic, delusional, and bad at hiding the fact they are a cabal that nobody pays them. Exactly. Why else would the subs have nothing to do with politics that have no politics rule? Suddenly allow politics to post daily. Even the posts that mass reported for violating no politics rule post the red topics allowing them to remain, which is true, because it does happen on Reddit. Reddit mods ban things the most ridiculous reasons. Don't take it personally. They're drunk with power and they enjoy gatekeeping. If they actually cared, they kindly ask you to prove it and made without the use of AI banning you. Yeah, it would be easy. I could just open up the engine and show the level and show the work in progress videos of the manual work. It doesn't even look remotely AI generated. This has got to be the most gut-wrenching part of the whole AI mess, seeing people who so paranoid about AI art that many real artists are getting shot down. Sorry this happened to you. Thank you for the support words. That didn't get expect to be perceived as AI generated video, to be honest. Yeah. Do you have a showcase video posting else? Like, this Lemonade person got upset and is overly sensitive about this whole situation. Oh yeah, the OnlyFans drama with Pirate Software. Okay, so Pirate Software got kicked from, yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about this because I want everyone to understand the situation. I saw the video, and let me tell you something. I will say the whole group of people, it was everyone's fault involved in this. That's what I'm going to tell everybody. That's how I feel about it. Frankly, shocking me that members of OnlyFans may have found Pirate annoying. Okay? Yeah. So, I'm going to tell you a little story. I played World of Warcraft. I pissed off a lot of people. This does happen a lot. people will always get upset over the over anything that happens. Mistakes happen, and it does happen a lot. Like, I don't blame anyone who goes through this. Like, this stuff does happen a lot in the video game sphere, and you're gonna see this happen a lot, especially in what is going on. The fact that this could have easily been salvageable by what they did in the game.
Actually, do you want to know how the mechanic works? It's pretty interesting. He just runs to the closest golem death. So what you do is you don't need to pull any of this stuff. You just pull a golem to his doorway there, and then you fight him like normal. And he runs over to that one dead golem, and then he comes back.
Yeah, but then wouldn't
None
he
of this
like
matters.
return faster? Plus, like he like snitches on the ads.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't actually. Do you want to know how the mechanic works? It's pretty interesting. He just runs to the closest golem death. So what you do is you don't need to pull any of this stuff. You just pull a golem to his doorway there, and then you fight him like normal.
So yeah, this is becoming a situation with Pirate. Pirate Software has been kicked from OnlyFans by Soda Poppin'. A message from the guild Discord. A large majority of people in the guild felt uncomfortable being around him and all the drama that's surrounding him at this point. After seeing some clips today of him quadrupling down IDK, the number we at this point thinking of making the right decision. Still, I feel bad because they kicked out him because of the fact that they're upset that he left the group because of the fact that they failed. And this is classic WoW. Keep in mind, classic WoW is like a really bad situation. Like, classic WoW, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. You're going to make a lot of mistakes, especially when they make the hardcore version of WoW, as they call it. And keep in mind, like, the punishable version of it, the mindset that, like, people are saying, that reflects the biggest problem we face now in retail. GMs are always right and players always wrong. Pirates' mindset exactly is what's wrong with retail banning problem. It's clear that everyone in Blizzard has a mindset, and I see people getting banned for saying GG a couple of times. And yes, his reports were valid, but the way he conducts himself and other players, just arrogant and close to authoritarian. Nobody's getting banned in retail saying GG, bro. You're making this shit up. So I'm just gonna show you the video in question because everyone's talking about this. Because I know people were talking about like showing the video of Pirate Software drama in WoW because they didn't like how he was playing this, and I watched the video in question. Now I'm gonna show you the first thing that they saw in this game. Now I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna show you what happened here. Now they were in Dread Mall, which I'm assuming that's where they were at. Now you can see right here they were going up to that area. Now let's see. Here it is. This is the fight where they were at Dread Mall, and they were fighting the monster right here. The ads, and you can see right here, I'm going to show you something. There's a hyena on that angle over there, and I have a feeling they didn't see that coming. That's what probably happened. I'm assuming that's probably what drew in the more ads into the game when they were up against Red Orc the Mage. They could have backed away from that fight and just ran away or hide behind the wall to basically, don't draw in the to draw not many ads, but to hide behind like a wall so that the caster would come up to them and then fight them up there, so they don't have to fight those things over there. But you can see right here that there were ads right up there. And that's what kind of caused it. Like, the whole group didn't bother to notice that. Now, he tried to continue casting, and then he did AoEs on him. Now, this kind of caused a lot of people to get upset with him, with Pirate, running away from that whole fight. Because he spent all the mana trying to do this. He could have used a wand to fight that battle, but he chose to run instead. And you can see right here, he's just running away from the fight. That's what caused him to get upset. But looking at the whole situation, you know, the group over there didn't notice those ads up there, the mobs up there. And you can see right here, they could have backed away. They could have stayed back, like at least fight around where Pirate was standing by the grass area. You can see right here, they could have fought him up there. But instead of doing that, they chose to attack the ads. And of course, you can see him running away. That's what a lot of people were upset about with him, because he could have fought, and he had a mana gem with him too. And you can see right here down below the bar here, he had a mana gem, he had a regen, he had invisibility. Like, he had potions. Like, the guy had like health potions. Like, he had 2 health potions and 1 blue, and of course he had a regen potion, which basically could do mana and health. But the problem was he said, I'm down below health. Please help me. Like, dude, I understand you freaked out about this. That's why they're upset with you. You know, I get it that you didn't have a lot of mana. You didn't have a lot of, like, you could have just, you know, used the potions, like drink a potion or something. But instead, it kind of was strange what happened, because they were fighting for their lives here. And they felt angry with you. But at the same time, it's their fault for not being aware and not being cautious about the mobs over on that other side. That was their fault. I can understand you were upset about this. But I'm going to say this right now. I think everyone is at fault. Everyone wasn't aware about the mobs when they first started out, because this is what I'm talking about right here. This is the thing that I'm talking about. You can see right here, the tank was up there. He decided to attack the guy. Instead of stun locking him and then moving back away from him so that he wouldn't have to face the mage, he could have went behind that wall. And of course, what can they do? Like, he could have went after the Gordax, the Mage Lord, and backed away. Instead of attracting that whole group of ads right there, they could have moved back. But instead, they decided to and could have fought him in the grassy area if they had to face that thing. Because the fact is, it's kind of weird that I can understand what Pirate did, and Pirate was really upset about this. That it was frustrating that he had to move. He had to get out of there. And you can see right here, he had mana gems. He was prepared to fight back if he wanted to, but he chose to abandon all hope and run. He could have used his mana potions, which I looked at. He had a purple mana potion. He could have done evocation, which he does have. He could have used it. I'm out of mana. I'm out of mana. You had evocation. That regenerates mana. How do you not know that? I'm looking at the icon. Oh, yeah. I forgot. You used it. You could have waited for a while. But you decided to. And plus, you had the equipment. You had the mana. You had the gems. You even have the robe, too. Looking at all this, dude. He had the mana. He could have killed these things. He could have kept shooting them with his rank 1 cast, but instead he had he used up all the mana for Blizzard. Like, come on, dude. You had all this stuff on you. And instead it's like, damn, that's why they blamed you. But instead, it was also their fault for not looking at the whole situation. They attracted a mob. That was their fault. They didn't realize the mob was showing up in front of them to attack. Like they could have moved the back away from the mage lord. But instead, by the looks of it, they're blaming you because you ran. That was the whole situation that they were upset about. I have no mana. But they were sticking by trying to fight back. And the rogue was pretty pissed off too. And by the looks of it, it was pretty bad. Like they could have got rid of some of the ads and everything and then kept fighting, but instead that whole situation could have been salvageable. But Pirate was pretty much giving up the situation and ran. I get it. Like, this is frustrating. But it's also their fault for not being aware of the ads too.
Oh.
Which I think the responsibility falls on all of them. That's what I'm looking at. And this whole pirate software thing. They all screwed up.
See.
How's it going?
So how's everything, man?
All right. I did talk about the Pokemon situation.
Oh, is it the scalper?
Yeah, the scalpers, and also the fact that theft is really high. Because scalpers are also the ones that steal stuff in retail stores and then sell it on eBay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honestly clear. Like, so you're watching from PokeRev's video, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honestly clear that if all the scalper situation happens, well, guess who's the fault? It's like people like us who went too much on the hype on this. That's the problem, and not just only that.
It was also
like
Paul. It was also
Logan Paul.
Yeah, Logan Paul.
But
he influenced it back when the pandemic happened, and he bought he bought an most expensive Pokemon card, thinking, "Oh yeah, this is a really great card," and then you find out it was a bootleg card, and he not only that it raised the price on it, and it also caused people to steal from the stores because they were that desperate for cash. And I recall there were thefts that happened and even robberies over Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Pokemon cards thanks to him.
Yeah, and nothing to mention, it's not only caused by Logan Paul, it's also caused, when I look all the reaction how the scalpers gone to other people's hobbies and cultures, is because it was all linked to the Patient Zero, which is Big Bang Theory, of course.
Yeah,
which they marketed.
It wasn't that. It was also the fact that the economy was shit. That's what happened. People lost their jobs.
That's another factor.
That was another factor that motivated them to do that. And I recalled that was a bigger problem too, because of the fact that I seen a guy who was like, when I was working in retail, I saw a guy that got into trouble. He was banned from the store, and he was like a normal, guy who wore a baseball cap, looked like he was like in his 30s.
Yeah.
And he basically was stealing stuff out of the store, especially Pokemon cards, because he was trying to make a living off of that. And when
Yeah.
I recalled he basically took the foils, and I saw him do it. He basically took the foils from the Pokemon cards and left the commons in the store.
Yeah.
He had no love
And
for
not to mention, they don't even steal sometimes, but they also waste it on the credit cards. Like they blow it up on that. And here's the other thing with scalpers. Well, they had to be careful because they'll get in trouble if they keep using the credit cards, and people will know their credit card history. That's the thing, you know.
Yeah, and they would look into it. Like I saw the videos, like I seen videos of young kids stealing stuff. Like I was watching a video
Yeah.
of this. It was called Pokemon Thieves, but they were it's getting increasingly worse because of the fact that businesses right now, even at conventions, it's getting far worse than expected because of the fact that kids and also adults are trying to steal cards from these stores, and that's why it's increasingly getting worse because of the fact that the demand for these cards go up in value, because the more
and
you
not just only stores. Both people had to keep their guards up because if they steal from other people, you know how bad it is, right?
yeah, because now it goes up in value because of the fact that you steal from them, and only that it also gets increasingly worse in value because of the fact that because of the high demand for these things, and I remember my store referred to them as high value items because of how badly stolen they were.
Yeah. Not to mention one thing for sure that as we know with all the situation, and it has to do with the FOMO, which is fear of missing out because
Yeah.
they want to try and make that much money and then sell before it drops anyway.
Yeah, I had to talk about I talked about it with Skrull, and Skrull basically was right about it because he experienced it too back in the 90s, and I seen it too in the 90s too because I seen the police show up at Toys R Us when they had that Pokemon tournament event. Like they basically were playing card games over there, and I recalled like people loved gathering over there, but at the same time, there were people that were stealing cards from other like kids and everything, and even teenagers running away trying to get that rare foil Bulbasaur. Like it was that bad. Like people don't understand how bad it was in the 90s when Pokemon trading card games came out. Like, and I'm assuming Nintendo
Only in the 90s, early
understands.
2000s.
Yeah, in the early 2000s, like it's that bad. Like people don't seem to understand how bad it is, but yet they still sell it anyways because it's very popular because kids like Pokemon. And I get it. Like that was a hobby that people loved so much and grew up on. But it's getting far worse because the increased value of it is going high because of theft and also the fact that it's also the fact that there's also the issue with
But people can't get a job or anything.
that, and also I recalled there was also that issue with bootlegging.
Yeah. And to be honest, with scalper situation, it leads to what will happen is like when they scalp, they end up being scammed, which it leads to a bootleg, just like what happened to the amiibo situation.
Yeah, because Pokemon cards were getting like I would talk to a person that knows about this. She's a she understands the history behind this because she went through this too. But I forgot her name. Magical card trading card girl. She knows what she's talking about because she knows what the history behind it,
Yeah.
especially what happened with Magic the Gathering. But I know it happened with Yu-Gi-Oh, and that also devalued the cards too. And I wish China, do us a favor. Please make bootleg cards. Please, for the love of God, make bootleg cards.
To screw the scalpers up and
It would devalue the cards. To screw the Pokemon market over, because if it gets to that breaking point where scalpers get worse, then I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to go to the Chinese and tell them, okay, this is what I want you to do. I want you to print some bootlegs of Pokemon cards and sell them to people and sell it and put it in English and sell it to them for less than $1, just to piss off the scalpers. They'll probably be threatening people like, oh no, you're devaluing our cards. Yeah, because you fuckers are making it too fucking crazy high. So fuck you.
and they should need to leave the hobby alone. To be honest,
Yeah, because I
like
could
honestly,
I
I
can
do play
honestly
Pokemon cards.
I can honestly devalue it if I wanted to. I could show you how. I could call up a Chinese manufacturer and tell them, can you print Pokemon cards? Yes. Okay, how much would it cost? $1,000. Cool. Let's do that.
Yeah.
And I'd probably get arrested by the FBI, but I'll just tell them, look, this was the way to screw with the market. Hello, FBI? Yes,
Yeah.
I wanted to screw with the market for Pokemon because I got so pissed off of how much
First, and the thing about
Beware,
Scalper's
kids.
been doing
Yeah, and they're
people's
also
hobbies for a
selling,
long time.
and they were also selling bootleg cards, ripping off people too.
Yeah. So I don't trust scalpers at all because after what happened with New York Comic Con ticket fiasco, because they've been the New York Comic Con passes and they sound high ridiculous prices,
Yeah.
and some people will end up getting scammed for that. To be honest.
Yeah, and that's the truth. Like people were getting scammed over the value of those cards. Like especially what's going on with tech these days, it's getting ridiculously expensive too. Like there's a card that I was like looking at, I was considering buying, and this graphics card is an Intel, which I heard so many good things about. It was an Intel graphics card.
Yeah.
And it was
And then what happens when the scalpers buys them a lot and the new one comes out so soon,
and of
then
course
guess
third
what?
parties were getting involved in it too. Like this thing is an Intel B80 graphics card, and the cost of it was like the MSRP cost of it was $200 and something dollars. But what happened was they basically increased the price to $400, and I'm like if you look at on eBay,
Yeah.
they're selling it for $249. Like the founders edition of it.
Yeah.
Like this thing is $200. This thing is like $200 something dollars. And they're selling it for $400.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is like the Intel Arc B80 limited. Like this is like their founders card. But when it comes to their third parties and everything, they're pretty expensive.
Yeah.
They're pretty expensive. They're like the price point of their cards are a little bit because they put in like LED and all this other stuff. But when it comes down to it, they actually have these features to where it can have a cooling system, and all that stuff. But you want to know how much they charge for this card on eBay?
Yeah. How much?
Okay, let's see, about $400. If I go
That's
on
crazy.
eBay. Yeah, because it's the MSRP is like. Okay. Let me look at the card right now. Okay, a B50. B80.
But anyways, with as I say with Comic Con passes, well, what happened to me is I gave up going to New York Comic Con because there's other Comic Cons around which I can go anyway.
Yeah, you can go to any other ones. You can go to like the ones in New Jersey. You can go to the ones in Chicago. You can go to any one
Yeah.
of those places.
Yeah, because like, what's the point going to New York Comic Con? Because there's other Comic Cons
And
around.
you can
Like,
see
let's say
like the
this.
scalpers are selling them for $359, and they're $249.
Let's say this, like for example, these scalpers, if they want to try to go to target the biggest con, guess what happened is like, more people will create another con, and it's gonna be impossible for scalpers going anywhere, and they'll move to other cons instead anyway.
Yeah, and I saw how
Or
people were looking at the Pokemon card thing, and
yeah,
especially they had like cameras and everything. I was surprised by the fact that there was a kid that was trying to steal Pokemon cards, and he tried to show the camera to the kid, and that was funny.
yeah. Something, like I talked with the manager in Target about the whole situation. She and I had a conversation,
Yeah.
and she and I had agreed with my suggestion to put like glass keys like behind the trading cards so these scalpers won't grab them. The only thing is you have that one person to basically get grab it for you. That's it.
Yeah.
'Cause what happened is it's gonna be impossible for now, anyways.
Like, I really want to buy this card, but the problem is now it's like you can't get it from the vendors for 200 something bucks.
Yeah.
You have to get it through like eBay or retail.
Yeah.
And sometimes they buy out all those cards.
And to be honest, it's like, why the heck you would waste money on buying retail price instead of just go for the distributor for the price anyway? Just saying.
Yeah. And
Easier than
everybody's
that.
doing that. Okay, so Kick, beat you to it, Mr. Beast. Oh, Kick is actually announcing a business letter. Their intent to also purchase TikTok.
It'll be a good thing because I don't mind TikTokers come over to my Kick.
Yeah, so Melbourne, Australia. So ByteDance, the seller, the main address. Okay, so TikTok is going to be saved by. So the business purchase letter with the letter set forth to propose in terms of conditions to purchase described hereunder shall govern the relationship between buyer and seller. Parties replaced by definitive former agreement addressing the same purchase. The subject matter. Okay, so they're gonna try to sweeten the deal with TikTok, because I know ByteDance is upset because of the fact that they're considered an entity by the U.S. government as an enemy of. They're considered the because of the whole rumor about China spying, sharing data with China, the CCP. That kind of caused the situation to get worse with both parties involved in this whole situation.
And it's not just only this situation, also the brain rot going on.
Yeah, the brain rot, which I recalled that was like all of them were all influenced by. Oh, that's funny too. Saving the Next, TeamSpeak. They're also planning to buy from them too. Like, Kick is not holding back on this.
Yeah. And I'm just gonna say this with Kick. Well, I don't mind to get better because look, I don't mind to become a Kick partner anytime soon. Anyway,
Like Kick is literally trolling on the internet on this one. I don't know if this is legit, but this is funny as hell.
yeah.
Kick is literally just, just like you can see right here. They're doing their little logo. Kick Talk.
Anyways,
Okay, so actually reported interest into buying TikTok in order to prevent potential United States ban.
yeah, we got more breaking news, man.
What? What is it?
You know about the VTubers that I watch? More of them getting demonetized, which they got.
I know why.
What was it?
It's the season of the year where they have to pay taxes, and they're trying to save money on it. So that's why they're cutting all the VTubers' money.
If it's so, well, we don't know if it's true. That's the thing, you know.
Yeah, well, because they're trying to save money so they could save their asses. Tax
Yeah,
is really a
but
bitch to deal with.
listen, it could be that, or it could be basically, let's say, there might be like something similar to Kanjopi, like a group of people trying to demonetize people on YouTube, I could say. It's like,
Okay, then it will be Australian owned, and you know what it means: gambling adverts everywhere.
yeah,
That's what's going to happen with if Kick decides to buy it.
yeah, and it's gonna be a big competitor against YouTube if they become the new YouTube.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I don't mind Kick destroying, YouTube's ass if they keep demonetizing VTubers or anyone, anyways.
No, they don't demonetize VTubers.
Well, they started already, anyways.
Yeah. Oh, and Kick or Twitch?
YouTube.
YouTube? Yeah, because they accuse them of being sexualizing themselves and such, and it gets to that breaking point.
Yeah. The thing is, they starting to demonetize more VTubers, and I'm just saying, like, one thing for sure, if you look at not Brave, if you look at Before Mirai and look at Idol Twitter posts, you understand what's going on.
They're literally doing that. I was talking about the whole pirate software situation. I'm gonna say this. Everyone's at fault. I'm not saying even pirate software is at fault. Everyone who fucked up in that game, everyone fucked up. I don't blame anybody. I blame, like, if I looked at this and saw that the guys weren't aware of the ads that were on the other side, that was their fault.
Yeah.
They could have backed away from it, but they didn't. And they fucked up.
And the thing is, I'm just saying, like, if you're monetized on YouTube or anything, it's better not to put the ads on your videos and your stream. It's better to have like a membership and super chats on in case
I get it. Like, that's kind of the thing that's happening. Like, they're trying to make money off of this stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm just talking about something else, like the whole pirate software situation.
Pirate software, yeah.
Yeah, the content creator himself.
Yeah.
They kicked him out of the WoW guild, OnlyFans, because apparently he roached the group when in truth everyone fucked up and he ran. That's what happened.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna say this, like, like, I saw what happened. They all messed up. It wasn't just him that messed up. They all messed up because they weren't very cautious about what happened. That's what caused them to be that way. Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
So Fatal Fury City of Wolves Physical Edition orders. So they're gonna put out pre-orders for that game. I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
buy that.
So if look, I'm gonna say like if the Pokemon card, if they can, if every scalper tried to ruin every hobby, something will happen. Like a fake bootleg product will pop out and ruin everything.
Yeah, so
Which
they're
kills
trying so hard
scalping.
to do that too.
Yeah. I'm just saying, just wait till a fake Pokemon card comes out or a fake Comic-Con pass comes out, whatever.
Yeah.
That's over for scalpers. Just saying.
Right now, it's pretty bad. Like they're literally getting upset about this, and I'm just gonna say this, guys. They're literally pissed off with Pirate. People are literally pissed off with Pirate over this whole drama.
Yeah.
And it got to that breaking point where they kicked him out of the guild because of the fact that what he showed. Now, not only that, they didn't because it was Dire Maul, which was a dungeon that's pretty difficult sometimes, especially in World of Warcraft. Hell, even I recall there was some dungeons that are pretty difficult, and I try to pull through even with my below skill shit that I have, because it takes patience just to deal with people in the group sometimes. But when it comes down to it, this became a situation to where they got upset with Pirate over the fact that he claimed to be a good player, and he panicked, and they saw a video of him panicking, leaving the group. And yeah, he it wasn't just him, it was just a group of people that messed up. And I don't blame any of these people, but mistakes will happen. And I'm going to say this again. Mistakes will happen to good players. And I'm just saying this to people, and keep in mind the whole situation with Pirate Software should have never happened. But unfortunately, I can understand their frustration, their anger. Now it's pretty bad. And I'm just going to say it again to everybody about this whole issue, is that everyone in that group is at fault, including Pirate Software. But the healer did the best they could. I don't blame the healer. I don't blame. It's just the tank was trying their best. They tried to do their best fighting. They tried to do their best, but it got to that breaking point that when I looked at the whole situation, they had it was a lot of bad luck on their end. I don't think it was pretty bad, but it looked pretty bad to them because they weren't aware of the angle that they were at. They kind of drew in some mobs that they shouldn't have, which they could have backed away for a moment and had that Mage Lord, like, they could have went around the wall. They could have done something, but for some reason, I don't know what's going on, but it got to that breaking point where they just didn't. They were upset with him for running away, because that group was trying to survive and try to fight, but at the same time, they were pretty pissed off with him talking and doubling down and everything, and that made him look bad. I think it was everyone in that group was responsible, not just him, but everyone else. They messed up too. There was some mistakes that they made too, and by the looks of what happened, they all pretty much made the mistake. But he ran because of that issue, which it could have been salvageable if he stuck by. But he said he ran out of mana, but he had mana gem, he had a mana gem, he had potions. when you look at the bars that he set up, and I looked at it, like he had bags of stuff. He had like he was set, but by the looks of it, he didn't have. He panicked.
I see.
And they kicked him out because of that. Like, I can understand. I can relate to that.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Oh, yeah. And speaking of which, Lunar Remastered Collection has a okay. I want to buy that RPG collection. Because they got, like, several versions of it. But I'm going to have to buy the Switch version. Because there's like so many versions that they have for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. Go ahead and bring up what you wanted to bring up.
Not much. I didn't say anything. I'm just looking at, what's going on while listening.
Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff going on. Like I know you don't watch a lot of anime. I know you mostly are getting back into the Pokemon thing.
Yeah. To be honest,
and
like
it's becoming
I rather just don't
getting a bit
collect
too
Pokemon cards for a
expensive.
while until like I saved enough money for the restock.
Yeah.
The thing is, yeah, like to be honest, like why waste my money on Pokemon cards for now while Scalper's taking them, and I'm just saving for a con that I'm going like in the summer.
Yeah.
It's like there's Pokemon cards around in different cons. I'm just
Yeah, and I
saying.
know that there's also Hatsune Miku. On Fortnite. Everyone's like talking about Hatsune Miku on Fortnite.
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about
I know that.
There's a lot of things that are going on. Let me go ahead and try something different. Because I know this is boring stuff. So let's talk about something that's interesting. Let's go to Anime News Network. Because we gotta see something here. Oh yes, this anime. Everyone's talking about this anime. This is a furry anime. This is kind of like this is called With You Our Love Will Make It Through. Shoujo manga gets a TV an anime adaptation. So distributed company Remove, the company that did Shikinoko Noko Nashtantan.
Yeah, I heard about that deer anime.
Yeah. So they brought out another anime that's inspired by a manga that's basically it's called With Love Our Love Will Make It Through, coming fall of 2025. Yen Press releases a manga English that describes the story. A high schooler, Maria, bumps into a fellow tardy student. She's surprised to find he's a beast folk who's attending her school. After all, it's rare for beast folk to coexist along humans, but still uncommon with the prejudice and all. But nervous to meet one at first, Maria soon learns there's more to him than his furry exterior. In fact, he's more. The more she gets to know him, the more she finds him drawn to him. His steadfast, his kind-heartedness, and his body.
Yeah. Well, I posted something right now about how the Andes will be celebrating, saying, "Oh, they won because the Gooners lost because of the YouTubers are getting demonetized."
Oh, the Gooner thing? Yeah.
Yeah. Just to be honest, it's like these people, I don't know what's in their heads worrying about people gooning to fictional characters and VTubers. I'm just
The
saying.
thing is, like, I don't really care about that. I understand that a lot of them do that because they love these people. They love
Yeah.
these characters because they're so entertainingly funny, but I don't really take it seriously because I understand the difference between reality and fiction.
Yeah, it's
And
true.
it's like
And
a
also,
lot of people, like, I don't mind these, like, like the reason why they're likable is because they're approachable. You can talk to them.
mhm,
That's the thing that a lot of people like about these people is that they're approachable and they talk to you.
yeah. And the thing is,
And the
one thing
biggest
for
problem with
sure,
me,
these people,
I'm not approachable.
these people,
I just try my best to, talk. I try my best to talk to people.
yeah. And the point is, even if people are gooning VTubers, well, I'm just saying, look, they can do what they do, but I'm not doing anything. They're not gonna do anything to them, but in reality, they know they're human beings.
Yeah, they're not gonna do anything wrong.
Yeah. They just like the VTuber, not that much anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Crowdfunding launched after voice actor Mike McFarlane's successful brain tumor surgery.
A tumor surgery.
Yeah, it's a voice actor. That's another story.
So he's getting lobotomized, I could say.
Yeah, to remove a brain tumor the past week. The press time campaign, he raised over $51,000 towards his $65,000 goal. Voice actor Colleen Klinkelberg Beard said that McFarlane found out about the tumor when he visited the doctor. Oh, that's sad, though.
Yeah.
For those that don't know, he was the ADR director and ADR script adapter for many of ABD's Funimation series, including Case Closed, Dragon Ball Z, Eden of the East, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, One Piece, Evangelion films. His voice acting credits includes Master Roshi in Dragon Ball and its sequels. Makoto Huja in Evangelion film series, Sky Master in the Heaven's Lost Property, Gomen and Kanawa in Lupin the Third, Women Called the woman called Fujiko Mine, many Lupin the films, Buggy in One Piece. So he did those voices, and he was E.G. Mine in Trigun Stampede. Oh, well, at least he's saved. Luckily, he will be getting his surgery. I hope he recovers. Because he had a brain tumor. So, luckily, a lot of people in the anime community do support a lot of endeavors on this. Let me see. Okay, so here's another one. So they're making a Miss Koyabashi Dragon Maid film. What do you think of that one? Hello?
Which one?
Yeah, the
Dragon
Miss
Maid film?
Koyabashi Dragon Maid film.
Is it gonna be a movie or what?
By the looks of it, they said they're gonna make it into a movie.
That would be nice, to be honest.
Yeah,
Since
but it is the official website of Miss Koyabashi Dragon Maid. Loner Dragon wants to be loved. Koyabashi Chi no manga. Okay, the anime film reveals the new and returning cast members. The first key visual of the June 27th opening. Which I look at the poster. They're trying to make it look cool and cute. They're bringing back the cast again, which I hope is going to be pretty good because I couldn't help but laugh at this manga. So, Shigori on top of the right manga. So they actually have the cast members, but I'm not going to mention their names. I know that Yuki Takanaka as Elma is going to probably be interesting, and Mumi Takahashi as Lucio is going to be interesting, and Emery Kato as Riko Shikawa is going to be interesting too. Because I'm hoping that this is going to be a good anime because I watched this series. I actually like it for what it's worth, but everyone keeps accusing as pedo bait, which I kind of am offended by it because it's basically LGBTQ oriented with the lesbian themes, but at the same time it tries its best to be an anime that tells a story about dragons living with humans, and that's another thing that kind of a lot of people don't seem to understand. I'm watching this anime that it's about coexisting, and of course, you know, the sad part is that this anime is not getting a lot of respect for what it's worth because they always try to confuse it as pedophiles watching this anime. I like it because it's funny. I thought it's a funny anime. I don't think it's bad. I just wish people would understand that it's not like that way.
Yeah, they keep worrying about the dragon lollies because
Yeah,
honestly,
it's like the dragon lollies. You guys are pedophiles. Therefore, you shouldn't be watching this anime. And it's like,
yeah,
it doesn't
so
stop me
what?
from watching it. So fuck you, buddy.
Yeah, I watched Miss Kobe Dragon, Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. I do have their merch, but honestly, like if they say, "Oh, Danny, you like that dragon lolly so much," so what? Like, it's cute, and I'm not really like,
And
I
it's a
thinking
funny
like,
anime. Like I watched
yeah,
that series to understand it's funny.
yeah.
And people
Even
don't
though
seem
if
to
I,
get, why do you guys watch this lolly anime? It's because it's funny.
yeah, it's
It's
funny.
cute and funny. Like I can't help but
Funny.
laugh at it.
Yeah,
It's like it, and you
of
guys
course.
keep trying to confuse that as some type of way of us lusting over the characters. No, it's just funny to
And
us. It's like to me, it's funny. Everyone, but yet
and
everyone takes it so seriously to the point that they think we're gonna try to do something like bad over this
illegal.
whole anime. Like we're lusting after the characters, we're sexualizing the characters. Oh my god!
But these characters are not even real, to be honest. And at
Yeah,
the same
it's like
time, no one's trying to commit a crime.
no one's trying to like the saying goes, there is no crimes against the Pokemon.
Yep.
And you're Batman, and you're sitting, and you're being tied up, and you're watching the person banging Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much the
Funny.
whole point of it. It's like there's no laws against the Pokemon.
Yeah. They're not real.
Okay, I'm an evil intergalactic lord. This is like an isekai, isn't it?
Yeah.
The light novel series revealed by an anime. So what is the so this is the poster. I think it's interesting, but let's see. They got the cast. Oh, I know who this chick is. Kosamatu. She's like that chick from, I forgot which series. She was like in the one of the Common Writers. I can't believe she's in that anime too. Oh wow. So what's the story? Okay, so the story is published the novel's English to describe the story as in his last life, Lam lived as a moral, responsible person, but died deep in debt and betrayed his wife. Reborn into a ruling family of vast interstellar empire, Lam knows the life is divided into downtrodden and the ones who are do the stomping. So this time he's going to take what he wants to live for himself, but somehow things refuse to work the way
Yeah. Anyways,
refuse to work out the way. Sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, well, I'm gonna get off now since
Okay.
I had to get up early because I had to take my dad to my doctor's appointment, and not just only that, I had to
I
go work as
understand.
well.
You take care.
Well,
Despite doing his
all right.
best to become a tyrant, Lam's decision led to nothing but peace and prosperity for the empire under his rule. He just gets more and more popular. That's funny. So that's pretty much what's going on. What else is there? Zenshu series premiered. I gotta watch that one to see how it is. Beneko, the elf girl cat, is secretly an S-rank monster series premiere. Orb, the movements of the earth. I gotta watch that one. And a lot of people are talking about Sentenced to be a Hero anime. Main counts announced will confirm will come out this year, which I'm kind of excited about. Like, everyone's like talking about the poster. I think this is pretty cool art form of the character. A lot of people are talking about it. Heroism as punishment for the only worst criminals. Those sentenced to the fate of a hero are forced to fight at the front lines against the Demon King's army, and if they die, they can expect to be revived and continue the battle. But when the leader convicted of killing a goddess meets another goddess himself, the contract they forge may be enough to change the world. That's interesting. So yeah, a lot of people are talking about that whole situation. Now, another one is like the 7th anniversary of Darling in the Franxx, which people are still like butthurt about this anime. Like 02 is just a stored brand Asuka, and it's like you could tell some of these people are upset about this anime. Like they keep talking about this anime because they hate it so much. So I really didn't think it was a bad series. It's one of those absolute slop, but I still watch it in one day anime. I watched the anime itself. I thought it was an okay ending. But yet people kind of should have ended at episode 14, but it actually ended in 6 episodes, I believe. And I didn't have a problem with this anime, but people really hate this anime. Because I watched it and saw the ending of it, and people didn't like the reincarnation ending because the fact that they both died, and I that's the spoiler right there. 02 died, same with the boy, and the boy died with her, and now they're like ghosts. And I saw the ending of it, which pissed off a lot of fans because they didn't like that ending. And the fact that this anime pissed off a lot of people really made no sense at all. I personally don't say I don't like. There's certain animes I don't like, and yeah, this is like one of the endings that happened, and it was sad that this happened to them. Oh yeah, Sailor Moon stage musical from North America. Yes, they're gonna make a Sailor Moon stage show. Stage musical show North America exclusive. I would love to do that. I would love to go see that because it's kind of entertaining and funny. Grifter's gonna grift. I love Miranda's butt, but I don't see the problem with the same with Nier Automata to be made by a man who likes creating sexy women he is attracted to. Good for him. She's hot. Okay. Now, people are talking about this person. Because Finn and Paul's talked about this, and I'm going to go ahead and like read the Substack here. Because this is the Melanie Mack talking about the fact that she's upset with perverts. She made a video about this. Keep in mind, I personally don't think this is Melanie Mack declared she wants to get perverts out of gaming in reaction to the Steam data of First Descent lost over 95% of its players because it didn't really have a lot of content. I know for a fact that people talk about this game, and I know it was pretty good, but it's an MMO. What do you expect it to be? It's an MMO that people like to play, and the biggest problem is that it's not the best game ever made. It was just basically what you would expect. Like, people are drawn to this type of controversy because they feel the need to go off on her, when honestly I disagree with her. But she has a right to say what she has to say about this, because the thing is, like, there's a reason why we have the fucking goddamn M rating system that we have, the ESRB. Like, you know, the system that we use, the ESRB rating system, the Entertainment Software Rating Board that we use for Canada and United States. I know there's PEGI, that's another one for the UK and Europe, and I know that they use that system for rating their games. Keep in mind, the International Age Rating Coalition, which basically, you know, prevents kids from purchasing games such as that, which you can see right here, rating E for everyone, content descriptions for games, elements such as in-game purchases, and rating systems. There's a reason why they use this, to keep kids from buying certain games. Like, if it's rated M for mature, and they don't know if the game is violent or not for their children, they would look at the rating system and say, E is for everyone, you can buy that. If you want to buy an educational game for your kids, I suggest you do some research. Problem is, parents don't do a lot of research on certain things that they buy for their kids. But I'm not going to try to tell people to agree or disagree. Melanie Max says stop perverting games. Meanwhile, her Instagram. Okay. I'm just going to say this right now because people disagree with Melanie Mack on this issue. Like, okay, let's react to Melanie Mack's video. Because everyone's like, Melanie Mack's attack strikes back. So I'm going to try to be nice about this. This is the video that everyone's talking about.
A little over a month ago, I got canceled from the anti-woke side, right? Canceled or cancel attempt. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I lost a lot of followers here on YouTube and on X because I said I do not want perversion in video games.
Okay.
And that includes that of the straight variety, right? Now, some people I've learned that the anti-woke, there are different factions in the anti-woke crowd. I am a Christian. Everything I do, everything I say, everything in my life is centered around Christ.
Fair enough.
So I didn't make this channel 3 years ago to put my neck out there to get blacklisted from the video game industry so I can't even do mainstream work like I used to do. I didn't put myself in that position to call out the perversion with the queer ideology and this, that, and the other that has been infecting everything. I didn't put myself in that position just so I could turn around and push perversion just because it's straight. Not gonna happen. Now, if you want some sort of context, I can give you a little bit. I'm not gonna show the actual video because I do have a lot of...
Okay, so here's the problem with it. I lost all the followers on this topic, but I'm not afraid to speak against perverts, queers, or straight. She kind of... Queer ideology adds dose substance to gaming, and the same games based on lustful intent to lack substance. Basically, that's kind of the same argument that Nick Fuentes made about about this stuff. Like, basically saying that dating or having to marry a girl is homosexual. That's kind of the same argument. That's kind of the thing that I'm going to say about this. This is kind of this is like an ad hominem attack, by the way. But you could disagree with that one.
Christians who follow me who probably wouldn't appreciate having something like that thrown on the screen. But a lot of you already know what I'm referring to. Now, this is a game called The First Descendant.
Yeah.
Didn't play it. Didn't really comment on the game itself. I commented on
because it's a third-person MMO shooter, which I actually seen before a lot in a lot of games, and sometimes they can be fun, but at the same time, you know, they lose their spark after months, and sometimes people give up on them, and that's what happened to First Descendant. Like, the genuine content that they created for this was pretty good, but it just didn't work out. Like, not every game is going to be, like, popular instantly as in what you would expect. Like, I get that.
Material that was presented in question. And the material that was presented in question of the tweet that blew up and got me so much backlash and hate and saying I was betraying everybody was a video of a character dancing and shaking her butt in a thong.
Okay. I'm going to have to counteract with that whole situation, because I do recall that that exact... Okay. In First Descendant. Okay. It's not a thong. It's hot pants. This is like one of the examples, but it was actually a girl wearing hot pants, as I recall. Like, people were basically making fun of it. Like, First Descendant dance moves. That's like one of the examples that they did. Like, let me see if I can find in First Descendant dances. Like, she's showing the First Descendant, like Luna's showing off the First Descendant alerts. Like, I don't think that's a thong, for example. That's not a thong. That's hot. That's like that looks like a mini skirt, but it's kind of woven into something else. Here's another example. That's a little bit too much, but yeah, that's an example of it. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, but this is kind of what we're expecting in First Descendant. You know, people just literally posting goon shit. And it's like, you know, I don't have a problem with the outfits, but there are people out there that Like, you could easily tell, like, this is another one. Like, I don't have a problem with this. This is, like, what you would expect from the game. And I couldn't get into it because I'm not into the whole thing. Keep in mind, like, First Descendant is pretty funny. Like, but you can tell by the examples of what they were doing with this game. Like, this girl right here with a short skirt, I thought it was kind of cute, but that's not literal gooner stuff. And the problem is, like, you could disagree with me on this one. Like, the Christmas outfit, oh, that's pretty cute too. There's another one here. Like, this is kind of funny how they kind of, like, literally get upset about this. Like, that's kind of an edit that they did. Like, it's just chicks in robot outfits and normal outfits as well. As you can see, that's another one. Like, I don't, like, jerk off to this shit, but unfortunately people think I do. And you can see right here, they're doing the whole Metal Gear Solid. And they have the Bayonetta look-alike. Like, I don't really jerk off to this stuff. It's cute. It's kind of cute and funny, but at the same time, you know, these are 3D artists that create this stuff, and they create all the stuff for it to make it look cool. Because it's an action-oriented, you know, RPG game. And yeah, I understand how she feels about it, but it's rated M for mature for a reason, because of the fact that, yes, are kids playing this? Yes. Is it the parents' fault? Yes. Is it the fact that people nowadays are getting upset about this? Yes. You can see right here. I get it. Like, she doesn't like the game. That's fine. She doesn't have to play it if she feels it's too much gooning for people that are attracted to this game because of the content you don't like about it. It's allowed to exist for a reason because, one, it's actually making them money, too, but at the same time, this is a looter shooter type of third-person game. And I personally don't really care for it. I think it's an okay game. I know a friend of mine plays this, but the problem is that Melanie Mac is criticizing it because of the fact that she made her opinion clear that she doesn't like it because of the fact that, oh yes, the Goonergate thing, I don't like it.
With the camera focused on it. Again, I'm not going to post it just out of respect to my fellow Christian viewers.
Yeah, and of course, she kind of brings up the Christianity thing. I'm just going to say this right now. It's not a sin to be attracted to a woman. It's not a sin. But having sex with them, maybe. Having an affair with them or cheating on them, that is a sin. But unfortunately, Melanie Mac kind of goes off on this whole issue. And looking at it from her perspective, you can tell. Let's continue.
And I know some guys are struggling with pornography and they don't want to see that because of that reason. Not only was I grossly misrepresented and told, oh, what are you talking about? You're being a prude because this character was 80% clothed, huh? Funny that you want to use those words. Oh, but she's 80% clothed, even if that includes nothing on the bottom.
Okay.
It kind of doesn't matter. Almost okay. Don't pretend. At least don't play stupid with me. Don't pretend that there was not lustful intent with that video. and that is not what the intent of the whole question was, right? Because here's the thing.
So, lustful intent, okay. Lustful intent, what do you want to expect?
There is a side of the anti-woke that are like me and are like, hey, I don't want perversion in our...
Yeah, I agree. But there's a thing called and I'm going to point this out, the ESRB. Why doesn't anyone take my argument seriously? The ESRB protects that stuff against children. We're adults. We watch this type of content. We watch this type of stuff happen. Adult subjects happen. There's a lot of stuff, awkward moments, all that stuff. I just don't get why you get offended by this. This is the type of argument that anyone can make. I'm sure Nick Fuentes made this argument talking about how gay it is to date women. Yes, I'm not joking. This is what Nick Fuentes said, that it's gay to date women. So if I feel attracted to a woman and I talk to this woman and you feel that my intent to be lustful towards that woman is gay, that's fine. Go ahead and believe that stuff. That if it's the same thing that do you agree with Nick Fuentes on this? No one agrees with Nick Fuentes on this. I'm not accusing you of agreeing with Nick Fuentes on this. Like it's kind of weird how we're fighting over this whole issue about censorship and what can be okay, what is okay and what is not okay, and people are arguing about this whole issue about the First Descendant, which is an MMO game that happened to be a hit in July of 2024, and then of course the player base died out after that. Of course, this is an example, but at the same time, the issue is that you got upset over a video of a woman dancing in hot pants. I seen women dress up in hot pants before. This is nothing new, I seen them all run in the store getting something. I remember there was this chick that looked high and she was dressed up in hot pants. She looked like she was literally like drugged up and high. And I was nicely trying to be nice to her because I knew she was on some drugs, and I basically, felt sorry for the chick because she was walking around in hot pants in a cold night. And she was just looking for some stuff that she needs, like makeup. And I told her where to get it because I was working. Did I lust after her? No. Was she wearing hot pants? Yes. Was her intent to be that way, being sexual? No. I know for a reason that she was like having a hard time with her life. Like I looked at her face. She doesn't look happy. She was straight up like wired up in her face. And did I have any lustful intention for her? No. As hot as she looked with her body, no. I knew from the fact by looking at her, she was high as hell. Would I want to date that? No. But the problem is, people think everyone has some weird ass lustful intention. And I understand that women have a problem with men because of the way that they look at them. And I get that. Like, women and men look at each other differently. And it comes off as either they like them or they don't like them. And it becomes a situation to where people don't always talk or communicate with each other very well. That sometimes, I seen women that don't like me, don't even bother. They get upset with me and look at me like really weird. And it's not like lustful intent or anything like that. There's some women that have good intentions and there's some women that have bad intentions for men. and there are women out there's even men that have good intentions and bad intentions for women too. But when it comes down to it, it comes down to how well the person behaves, how well they present themselves, how well they do something, for the person. But I get it. Like, it's all comes down to how you present yourself, how you're well cleaned and well met in a way. But the whole Goonergate situation, bringing up this whole thing about the game, talking about the content of the game being like women being sexualized. Now I'm going to skip
a peak of 264,000, and then now it is at 9,000 concurrent players. It dramatically dropped. Let's be real. If we're going to call Dragon Age the Veilguard a flop, this too is also a flop. Just because you are attracted to it doesn't change the fact. And as a gamer, I keep seeing the gaming industry and video games as a whole hijacked by perverts, people who want their ideologies in the game. So when you have the gay stuff, you also have another branch of perverts, who the gooners, if you will, who are watching a ton of pornography, and they want that inserted in everything in their life, and they also need validation. You know how...
No. The problem is that there were certain things that happened in the games that they did not like gameplay issues, and this is the problem. When people are being accused of this type of stuff that you say, Melanie, it's not just that. There were also things that people bring up about the gameplay having bugs and all that stuff. That's kind of the other issue that they are addressing too. It's not just whenever a new game is coming out, there's for example, Bethesda games, for example, they always come out with rotting with bugs. Yes. And I'm talking about the Star Quest, whatever it's called. That game actually had issues. It's not just female characters, is that how they written these characters, like stereotypes. Some of them you just couldn't even like. But you kind of bring up, oh, it's not an attractive woman. Oh, you must be blah 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 misogynist, or you must hate women. Like, no one's saying that. You're making the same argument as the feminists are on this whole issue, Melanie, and that's the thing that people are upset about. We're bringing up the fact that gameplay sucks, the storytelling sucks. It's not just the sexualization of it that is like they don't like. They keep bringing up these ugly characters into the game, and that's why people are upset about. Like, whenever they bring these games out, it's always, oh, it's this character, I'm not gonna buy it. That's kind of how it is.
The alphabet community, LGBT, all that kind of stuff. You know how they're always screaming for validation. Not only if you are against them, if you are against their ideology, they want to crucify you. They not only need you to just be like, oh, whatever. They need your validation, and they can't cope with you being against it. And
that's the thing. They're afraid that people might take it the wrong way and get themselves killed. That's the reason why they're fighting back against it, because of the fact that people are afraid of Christians, afraid of human beings that might just, hate the LGBTQ for a lot of reasons. And I looked at both sides of the argument. Like, I hear from everyone's side, like, they're afraid that they might get killed. They're afraid that this might just cause a lot of problems in the near future for them. And Melanie, you have to understand, I'm not trying to, kill these people. I just kind of disagree with their actions and what they do. Like, for example, like the whole situation with J.R. Rowling, the way they were treating that situation, and I read the blog itself. She just doesn't like the fact that these people are always online, harassing women online because of the fact that they bring up issues that involve the trans community, because the trans community doesn't want to address these dark issues that they have with themselves, especially with what they've been doing to people online by threatening them, the trans community threatening people left and right. That's kind of the bigger problem, because they're afraid, because the trans community can get a little bit schizo and be afraid of the fact that people might target them in some unexcusable way. Because I look at both sides, and I know what both sides are. I've seen how it is. And I've seen how, like, especially with the, they're afraid too. They're afraid of the trans community because they're afraid they might take advantage of people left and right, because of the whole moaning and groaning online about how they feel about the dating scene. And yeah, a lot of the trans community act like they're like incels in a way. Like some of them, I'm not saying all of them are, but some of them are. Because of the fact that people in the trans community are scared of the fact they might get attacked or get killed because of it. Because of the arguments being made online against them. That's why the LGBTQ are scared of this. And rightfully so. They get upset about this whole issue. I understand Christians get accused of this. I'm a Christian myself. And you can judge me all you want and tell me all this BS about the Bible and everything, but I read the Bible to understand what it is. And I realized that there's the thing I would say: seek a relationship with Jesus, and you might seek a relationship with the Lord himself. The thing is, there's nothing you can do against evil other than the fact that you have to make people be aware of it. And I get that you're trying to make people aware of this, but what you're saying is kind of ridiculous. I get that you suffered a lot, especially what you've gone through with your divorce and everything. And this is becoming one of those things that bring up about what you're telling people. The tattoos and everything. Some people might just think you're just a bit, like even Christians that would judge you for having tattoos. I don't think you're a bad person, Melanie. I don't think you are. But going off online, I get it. Like, people are living in fear of each other. That's the biggest problem with the internet. I get that people have their own issues with people, and I get that. Like people have issues with me online talking about this stuff. But when it comes down to it, I get it. Like, people have distrust for human beings, and this does happen. And right now people have a distrust for you because you're speaking out against what they deemed as, well, they disagree with you. And I personally disagree with you, but that doesn't mean I'm going to hate you for it. It just means that I kind of disagree with you because of the reason of, you want to censor this, that's fine. Like, the thing is, like, people want equal things on the table, but they can't get them because they hate the fact that the video game industry is like trying to act like one thing, and then they sell another thing and say, oh, here's a game for you guys. It's pretty much 100% queer and you could play this game. And it's just marketing. That's basically what it is. They're marketing this material to everyone and saying, oh, it's kind of hypocritical. That's why people are calling you a hypocrite, because you used to be a part of the game industry and you worked at GameStop TV. You were trying to sell games like this. But at the same time, you're basically trying to, talk about this and tell everyone your values and everything. Like, at the same time, you have tattoos. And especially when they talk about the whole thing about Christians. Like, there are certain Christians that don't believe in the tattoo thing. But I don't have a problem with this. But let's go ahead and continue.
I have seen this same vitriol with the Gooners after Goonergate. So I not only, I can't, they want me actively promoting this stuff, or I have betrayed them because I am against it. They need validation for what they're doing and what they're promoting because it's perverted. And they deep down, some of them may be in a more reprobate state, but deep down, it's perverted.
Yes.
And that's why they need the validation. That's why you have to have pride parades for gay people and troons, people cutting their body parts off to try to pretend like they're the other gender. That's why they need whole parades. That's why they need a whole month to celebrate. That's why they need to see it plastered all over every store in the month of June, because they have to work so hard to create enough validation that will overcome the sense of shame that
Okay. What was that story about Lot? Okay. Let's look at the story of Lot. Lot in the Bible. It was in the book of Genesis. Lot and his daughters are a troubling tale of sin and subduction. Yes. Yes, what happened was, and I'm going to go ahead and talk about this because Lot in the Bible, for those who don't know, Lot was a man mentioned in the Bible in the book of Genesis, chapter 11 and 14 and 19. So I'm pretty sure you're well versed in the Bible about Lot and what happened in that whole situation with Lot. Because what happened was Lot, it wasn't like he was fleeing Sodom and Gomorrah, but of course fleeing Sodom and Gomorrah was one of the bigger problems, and he lost his wife she looked back and was turned into a pillar of salt. Yeah, that's what happened. And of course, Lot's daughters intoxicated him because he was so down and out and depressed, because Lot's daughters didn't want to, have a relationship with the men in other towns that were far away, because knowing that their father was getting too old, they decided to continue the family via incest. There are some pretty messed up things in the Bible when you read, and a lot of the stuff that you don't realize was censored and told in the Bible. What, like Sodom and Gomorrah was another example of that. Like, it was censored to the point that people don't realize that Lot was a tribe. He wasn't like, Lot's name comes from the Hebrew word Lot, which means veil or covering. And I guess God, in this storyline, had a funny sense of humor of letting this go because of the course of the generation. Ruth happened to be, to my understanding, Lot created the Moabites, the tribe that became like another version of the Jews, but they worshipped another god, and God disapproved of it. And of course, there was also the fact that the Moabites kept sinning in front of the Jews, and the Jews didn't like that, and therefore they kind of was like, we don't want you here. And of course, Ruth, of all people, became the ancestor of Jesus, and she was a Moabite herself, because her family, because they lost all the men, and she became one of the people that worked on a farm, and of course she became the ancestor to Jesus Christ. So yeah. Yeah, like over incest. Like, there's some things in the Bible that are pretty fucked up, that even I guess that we had to keep the Bible from being like out there in the public, because it is that bad. And I'm not saying the Bible is bad. I'm not, but this is just meant to teach a valuable lesson. There's some things that are pretty messed up in the Bible that we kind of try not to, tell our kids about. And yes, this is one of the examples of why people have a hard time with the Bible, and what it was teaching about. The fact that Lot wasn't a perfect person. He made mistakes too. He basically tried to give his daughters to the men of Sodom and Gomorrah, because they were all trying to find out about the angels that were sending him a message. They disguised themselves as men, and and of course Sodom was trying to please these people, because he didn't want to have the angels kill them all, because he was trying to talk to them about what God was planning to do. And God told him the plan to get the hell out of the city, and he did. He followed God, but at the same time, he basically tried to put his daughters in danger, which because the men were so attractive, attracting a lot of eyes on them, because Sodom and Gomorrah is a very hostile and also very weird place, because they felt that these men should be violated. But of course the angels escaped by using a light to blind them. And of course Lot got the hell out of got out of there the moment he got the chance. And God told him to not look back. Do not look at the city when it burns down. And that's kind of the thing. Since you want to talk about this whole situation about the Bible, since you like talking about this whole story, and this is the thing, this is the reason why they don't want to tell this story, because it's a bit too much of a story that is a bit dark and sad too. But it was the way to create a new tribe, which because Lot wasn't considered a Jew, but he followed Abraham. He traveled a lot with his uncle Abraham, who taught him the ways. But yeah, Lot became the grandfather of Jesus in the story. That's why it was an important story to tell, even though it was pretty fucked up what happened with his family tree. It created Jesus in the process of the end, because of what they were struggling with and what they were dealing with. It was a sad story, because he lost his wife. His daughters decided to continue the line by having sex with Lot in an incestuous relationship, which created the Moabites. And yeah, this became an issue. Keep in mind, you know, there were certain things in the Bible that were pretty messed up, and that's why they don't talk about this story on TV or anything like that. There were certain things like Sodom and Gomorrah was a thing, but they don't talk about the incestuous relationship that happened afterwards. But it was pretty messed up. That's why a lot of people kind of like avoid that story in the Bible, because that story in the Bible was too much to handle, especially when it involves incest. That was another issue that people had. And I'm not trying to say, you know, God was right to do this. God was pretty pissed off with Sodom and Gomorrah. But it got to that, because that's the whole point of it. This is the reason why they had to censor out this in the Bible. They didn't bother to talk about the what happened to Lot's daughters and what they did to him. So yeah, there's a reason.
That they feel deep down because they know it's wrong. And so you have that same demand from these gooners to create this more validation than the shame that they feel for being pornography brained. Now you have certain people who know that it's wrong. And they're
yeah, and I'm looking like right down below, I see the dog. By the way, you have a cute dog, and I'm not gonna, be mean to you about it, but yeah, I used to. My mom used to have a cute dog just like that, very cute.
Trying to do better, and hey, God bless you. Read the Bible, seek Jesus. Only He can help you. And I say this to the queer side as well. And I have the same stance on queers as I do these gooners. Is that hey? Yes, what you're doing is shameful. Yes, I think this stuff is shameful and I don't want it in my entertainment because it's shameful and it's hurting society. It's disgusting and it's perverted. No, I don't want it.
Here's the thing I found out about the whole situation, and I'm going to address this in a nice way possible. There are people out there that want to get into Hollywood. I talked to these people before, and they explained to me a lot about what's going on in Hollywood, especially, the way that people want things. They want to be on a TV show, but they have to work their way up to the top. There's a lot of actors that started at the bottom. Some of them were extras on a TV show. Some of them did commercials. Some of them did a lot of things in Hollywood. Especially, the dark side of it, where they were proposed to do something that they didn't want to do. I felt really bad for a lot of them that work in that industry, because a lot of them talk about the stuff that happened, and they don't want to bring up a certain executive that proposed to them to sleep with them. And I remember talking to this guy about this. He told me that he was approached by somebody in the industry, and therefore he didn't want to, he didn't want to bring up the name of the person or anything like that, because he might get killed or whatever the heck, because there are people out there that are very powerful in the industry that do a lot of crazy stuff to people and use them for certain things because they believe that they're full of power and they're full of psychopaths. But yeah, in the industry, some of those psychopaths actually make a lot of money, and they could get away with almost anything if they wanted to, if they get caught. But as far as I know, this is something that Melanie Mack knows pretty well, because you could tell she worked in the industry herself, but she can't bring that up. and she wants to bring up this whole issue about the gooners. But here's the thing. A lot of the LGBTQ want to get jobs. They all want to be famous on something. They want to be like Ellen DeGeneres. That's kind of how they see like I know who Ellen DeGeneres is. She's like the first lesbian that ever addressed it herself on a TV show that she did by herself because she was a comedian, because she started out as a comedian. She said that she kind of did it on her TV show saying, "I'm gay." And that was the first time that everyone clapped out there and cheered for her because they accepted her as a woman who in the entertainment sphere, because she kind of appealed to a lot of people, conservatives. She wasn't like the type of person that says I hate everybody. She was a nice person. She was like, even though she's the friend of the world type of thing, and she's considered the enemy. That's kind of who she is. She's a friend of the world until everyone considers her the enemy. And it's kind of sad but true. Like, it does happen to people. Ellen DeGeneres is a nice person until you find out the really dark side of her existence and what she has done in the entertainment industry, which is kind of sad too. But everybody wants to be like that. They want to be on Hollywood. They want to call the big shots. They want to, but they honestly don't do the work for it. Some of them try out for roles. Some of them don't actually have the confidence to do those roles. And I've seen a lot of LGBTQ people trying to enter the space, trying to get a job. And it's not easy for them. And I get that. Some of them don't like working a 9-to-5 job. I've seen some of them do. Some of them do actually work it pretty well. And some of them work a 9-to-5 job, but even in my job in retail, they do. And it's kind of I don't have an issue with them. They're good people too. It's just, it's hard for them to pay bills. It's hard for them to, do that stuff. Because especially the struggles of real life is a fucking pain in the ass. Because all they want to do is become famous. Or become even they try their act on kicks on social media, doing videos and such like you're doing now. Some of them get really frustrated in life because they're not successful. Why am I not successful? Why am I not getting a job at this place? It's because look at them. They don't have the confidence that they do. Even when they try to have confidence, they're not accepted because they feel like maybe it's my sexuality that's the problem. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's my behavior. That's the stuff that people don't seem to get. It's not that. There are things that people don't accept me either. I remember trying to get a job where I was living at. And I tried my best to answer questions as best as possible. But I realized, I didn't have the confidence. I didn't have the attitude that they want. They didn't want me there. And I was like, fine, I'll try out next time. Maybe I could change the way I look, the way I act. That was kind of the thing that happens. People didn't like it. And especially nowadays, a lot of women get into porn or lesbian porn or whatever. That's the only way to make money, or get into glamour modeling and stuff like that. That's kind of the other issue the LBG get into. A lot of them get noticed on a lot of platforms like TikTok and other things. And the struggle is real for these people. Don't get me wrong. The struggle is real for the LGBTQ because they're trying to get jobs. They're trying to procure jobs. They're trying to get into the workplace, to get noticed, to get heard. And I get that. That stuff is happening on both sides, especially race, gender, creed, whatever, military status. They all are trying to find jobs. The struggle is real in every state. Like, it's not easy for them, including the LGBTQ.
Do I think that people participating in these activities are losers? Yes. But you know what? It doesn't mean you have to always be a loser. Have I ever been a loser? Have I participated in activities that made me a loser? Yes. But I have sought Jesus Christ and I walk with Jesus Christ, and it is walking with Jesus Christ that gives me the strength to avoid and to overcome temptations that if I were to succumb to would make me a loser. Okay? So that's the thing when I talk about the Gooners, all this stuff.
Okay. Dun 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 dun. Oh boys, devil, should I let him in? I should play that song in front of her, just to piss her off. Oh, it must have been. He must have been in my telephone lines. Yeah, I can imagine that song from Debbie Gibbs. I forgot that's her name. She's like a blind, but she's a Christian singer now. She doesn't really like. She goes to her church every day in Texas to play her favorite song. No, and it's not that song. Like, I get that people don't like this whole situation. Oh, that's sad for her. Anyways, oh God, they really did this. A masked Japanese author has passed a conference in the Foreign Correspondents Club in Japan, telling audiences that they are not hiding their faces because they are famous person or criminal. It's because they kind of don't want to be, harassed or noticed by people. And yeah, oh God, they really like to do that stuff. Anyways, focusing on the topic, this is a singer back in the 70s and 80s. She used to be a really good singer until she decided to go to Debbie Gibbs. I think it was Debbie Gibbs. Debbie Gibbs, the singer. No, that's not her. It was Gibson. No, it wasn't her. It was Debbie Gibbs. Not Gibson. It was Gibson. It was like, but she did the whole "Oh Boy, It's the Devil" song. Like, I think this is what she... It's an old song that I know. It's the devil. Should I let him in? Let me see if I can find that song. And it's called Somebody's Knocking. That's the song. Yeah, this is by Terry Gibbs. That's the song that I'm talking about. This is the song. I think she probably... I'm gonna play that song in front of her just to piss her off, because she lives in Texas. It's a country song.
Saving money feels right. Just like when things are packed tidy and tight.
Like,
Get auto insurance that fits your...
Yeah, just to play this in front of her.
Somebody's knocking, should I let him in? Lord, it's the devil, would you look at him? I've heard about him, but I never dreamed he'd have blue eyes and blue jeans.
That's the song. Like, I could imagine her freaking out about that song if I played it in front of her. So yeah.
It's not from a place that you're never going to amount to anything, but it is from a place of, hey, what you're doing and what you're promoting and what you're normalizing and what you want normalized in society and in video games in general to desensitize people is perverted. It's hurting you. It's loser activities. Now, there's all these whataboutisms. What about Lara Croft? What about this? Don't pretend. And so you're either coming from bad faith or you are delusional because you are so desensitized from women because you watch so much pornography that you can't even see a woman without thinking of pornographic things. Lara Croft, she's created with a curvy body type. Curvy women exist each and every single day. There is nothing wrong with that. And the reason why the woke side tries to remove female curves is not for the intent of even purity purposes, because women are curvy. That's reality. Not every woman is curvy, but there are lots of women who are curvy. And so when you have a character with some level of exaggeration of those curves, then it is exaggerating their femininity. There's a difference between exaggerating the femininity of a female character versus exaggerating the character for entirely lustful purposes. Now, Lara Croft was a character who was curvy, feminine, but you play those classic games and you show me anything that was lustfully intended, right? Show me anywhere where Lara Croft acted like a slut, because she didn't.
No, but unfortunately she was on Playboy. And she was also featured in a lot of video game magazines as a sex symbol back in the early 90s. And I'm not complaining about it, because here's the thing. I get where you're trying to make this argument, but she was marketed as this sex symbol. That's kind of what they were trying to do. Even though she was a fictional character, I never really took it seriously. The fact that this game is very much an entertaining game for what it was worth. I played the other versions of it. I would love to play the remakes to see how it is, because a lot of people who played these games in the past would tell you, like, the polygon era of gaming was fun, and I miss those days too, especially the music and everything. Those were fun times. But it's a shame that the fact that people would go out of their way to basically get upset about this, it's like that's kind of sad too. Like, I'm just saying.
Show me anything, because it's not there. Tomb Raider has substance as a game. The character design was really good, artistically speaking, and aesthetically pleasing to the eye, but was not created in a way to incite lustful intent.
No, it was basically to basically tell a story of adventure. The character itself was an adventurous person. I get that, but that's the whole point of it. The whole thing was danger that was involved in it, risk that was involved in it, a lot of things that people don't realize. That's the whole point of that video game.
And it was, here's an attractive character that you can acknowledge as an attractive character, but it wasn't created for lustful intent in the same way that a game as here.
No, it's not. But the problem is that it was fun. It was entertaining. That's the whole point of it. It was entertaining, even though Lara Croft had hot pants on and was trying to adventure through the caves and everything that she could, because she was a Tomb Raider. She was a person that was trying to get all these artifacts and everything that she's finding from the hands of real criminals who were trying to use it for evil intent. That was the whole point of it. She was like Indiana Jones without the whip, but two guns.
here, let's pose this game where with the characters are all wearing lingerie. Like, excuse me, that is not the same thing, and you know it. Be genuine for once.
Okay.
Let's not play here, and let's not pretend that.
Okay. I know the difference between the fact that reality and fiction. There's a difference between reality and fiction. Do you know that argument? You heard that argument before. Is it real? Is it fake? The fact that I know Senran Kagura did that, but at the same time, it's like people are talking about this issue, and the fact that people talk about it a lot over the years, it's crazy. Like, you don't even realize how bad it is. But yeah, this is kind of the funny thing about this whole issue that you have with people that are like gooners. I get it. You don't like it. That's fine. But trying to address the issue with these people, it doesn't, I know you're trying to double down on this whole issue because you want to address the fact that you called the audience, oh, they're bad. They have lustful intentions. But Melanie, let's put it this way. They're looking at you. You have makeup on. Let's put it this way. If you take off the makeup, you take off the tattoos, the nail polish, what would and cover yourself. Do you think they have lustful intentions for you if you take off the makeup, the everything off, including the hair and everything? You put it straight back and dress up like you're a 1950s housewife. I'm just saying, like, and cover all your tattoos, and replace your nails with normal ones. How would they look at you right now? You decided to dress up to be yourself because you like alternative music. You like the video game stuff. By the looks of you, you're into a lot of things. You're into Disney. You're into all that stuff. I get it. By the looks of you, if you take all that stuff away, would everyone think of you differently? Would they still come to your YouTube channel to watch you? Because by the looks of it, Melanie, they would probably look at you differently. Like, do they like the new look? If they think you're covering up, a little bit more. Are you going to try to do that? Like, cover all the tattoos, the fingernails, and try different, like, lighter makeup? I don't know. You tell me by what you're doing. When you try to present yourself with the fake eyelashes and everything too. So let's continue.
I want characters to be made ugly. Beauty comes from God. God created beauty. Yes, I want to see video game characters that people create be beautiful as well, but I don't want them to be perverted. Beauty and perversion are two different things. And I think what has happened with society is it has promoted perversion. It has celebrated perversion. We've had this, live and let live type mentality. Don't kink shame. Don't shame.
And it worked out well in the 90s when it didn't happen. But in the early 2000s, it started to manifest itself badly over the decades, especially in 2010 when all the shit started going down. Yeah. That's the whole point of it. It's getting to that breaking point that people are getting a little bit fed up with certain things, certain attitudes that, and certain approaches into video games that, especially storytelling, they're getting upset with because of the fact that, they don't like this. Too bad. We'll still continue doing it. It's the same thing back in the days where they basically do the same thing over and over again. Oh, the whole trope of white men rescuing the female. It's always in the game, and it's like it worked out well with Spider-Man, but I guess you guys are kind of like telling these tropes, thinking, "Oh yeah, this is gonna work. This is gonna work. Lesbian's going to save the day. We're gonna make her look cooler than ever by making like." I don't know, man. You guys
shame people's sexualities. They made up an entire concept of sexuality that isn't real. God created woman for man. That's it. There's no other sexuality. Anything else is a perversion of God's creation as per the Bible. And you know what else is perversion of God's creation is when you're substituting, if you're, I'm going to use a male as an example, if you're substituting a wife for a pixels on a screen, that's perverted. Your sexual gratification is supposed to come from your wife. And if you are seeking all...
Yes, I agree. The problem is, I'm pretty sure you don't have a husband now because you're divorced. I don't have a girlfriend. Let's go. Let's go. I don't have a wife. And I'm just joking. I'm not gonna do that, Melanie. You're too nice. You deserve better. I wish you the best. But I understand, like, you as a person experienced a lot of hardships. You as a person gone through this stuff before. I get it. Like, this shit is just bad enough. You don't like it. It pretty much pisses you off seeing it, but it's still there. And the fact is, I could easily, tune it out. Like, I could easily just, if it's on TV, I could easily just change the channel, pause it, or skip, or do whatever the heck I want. Like, it's my right to do it. But yeah, people kind of do that. Anyways, let's continue.
Alternate sources, seeking those sources for sexual pleasure, you are acting in abomination and perversion. Simple as that. And anything that is created with the intent to make you do that is the same. And I ain't just here saying it's just guys doing that. Women do that too. There are actual gooner games for women. I have seen them. I have seen people post them unabashedly. No shame. There are games that is usually of the romance novel variety, and you have a bunch of male suitors, really attractive.
Yeah, it's called visual novels.
Male suitors who more so you're not going to see as much. It's going to be portrayed in a little different way when it's meant to appeal to women, but it's still equally as perverted.
Okay, I'm going to point out something. I recalled women playing that one game. Let me see if I can find it. It's a. I thought it was kind of funny because super. It's not super. It's dating. It's a dating sim. It's a dating sim game, which got controversial, and it featured a. It was a very controversial game that got pulled out of there. It was a dating sim. Like, this is a game that had featured Asian women. This is a game that featured like a lot of stuff. Like, there is so many games out there that feature a lot of weird ass stuff. I forgot what that game was, but it was a funny ass game. Basically, if you make the wrong move on that game, you end it with the fact that you have, and it featured a expert if I could find that game. A game about dating and talking to women. Korean, let's see, what was that one? Good dating sims with female protagonists. Super Seducer, that was the one. That was the game that called Super Seducer. That was the game. If I remember correctly, that was the game that everyone liked. Super Suit. Yeah, here it is. And of course, they made part 2. Real life. This guy. He made 2 games. They're gonna make a part 3 for this. Featured a British, what should we call it? I forgot what they were called. Because this is about, let's see. And people like this game. They really like this guy because he made this game and made a lot of money off of it because of how cheesy it was. People liked it. The first game was funny. The second game was okay. Like, he was basically trying to educate people on how to talk to women in a mature way without, causing problems with women, and try to at least communicate with them better. Because that was the whole point of the game itself, but at the same time it was funny because of how funny it was. Because when you listen to what and this is a guy who his name was Richard
World's most successful pickup artist.
Lorena,
maybe you've seen me on the BBC, FHM,
UK,
Men's Health, The Guardian,
now
or
is living in Russia,
Piers Morgan.
You're a dick, aren't you?
We made
with a
Super
Russian
Seducer
woman.
to condense 25 years worth of proven
he
psychological
basically
seduction
fell in love
tricks
and married
and
his
teach them
Russian
in a
wife.
manner that gives
He
players
is very
complete
loyal
freedom to fail
her.
and screw up.
Even though he's this was created, and if I can look up this guy, this is the guy that is very controversial. He is a YouTuber, but he also he's one of those I found a dating advice company. That's basically what he was. He was known as a renowned pickup artist and coach, and he trains people on how to talk to women. And of course, Mystery and all these other people. Like, he basically is 44 years old. He lives, he's a successful guy. He moved to Russia because he really liked women. And you could tell this guy, he made a video game. He was a dating coach, and he decided to move into video games, which I thought was pretty interesting. This guy basically made a lot of money, doing what he loves. He goes out with his girl, talking to her. He's he's swollen up. Like, this guy's a swole guy. United Kingdom, Republic of Italy. Like, this guy is basically he works out a lot, eats a lot. You can tell he goes out with his girl, communicates with her, talks to her. It's interesting. Like, the guy basically created Super Seducer, and everyone hated this guy. But it turns out that game was very cheesy and comical, and people freaked out about this guy over the years. By looking at this game, I was surprised by this. Like, this guy basically had some success making that game because it wasn't meant to be taken seriously, and I didn't take it seriously. I get what the guy was trying to do. It was basically telling people to talk to women in a very mature fashion. But of course, people take it the wrong way because of the fact that certain women, you have to take an approach by asking them questions, talking to them. And I remembered when I was looking at the gameplay for this game, the person that was playing it was Amaranth, and Amaranth was playing the game trying to talk up a storm with this person, communicating with, and it turns out she really liked the game because it was basically communicating with a person that you feel that you want to connect to in a way that doesn't mean it's lustful or anything. It just means that he wanted to be friends with this person and try to strike up a good relationship with the person. But of course, people took it out of context because he was a pickup artist, thinking that he was trying to manipulate women, which wasn't the intent of the game itself. He was trying to tell you the ways not to do it, but behave mature enough to do it correctly. That was the whole point of the whole game itself, and people took it the wrong way by trying to cancel it, even going so far to go off on them to ban it on Steam. Like, this game
Why don't I
isn't
give
a
you my
bad
number,
game at
and
all.
then you can call me sometime and
By the looks of it,
message me
some
whatever,
people
and we
found
meet.
it very mixed, but others
Giving
found
a
it
girl your number
really
and not
entertaining
taking
because
hers
of
is
how
very pointless.
cringy it was.
Tired.
There was so much content in this game that it
I'm
is
sorry.
ridiculous how this game was made. Like, he basically tried to talk about the stuff, communicating with people about the difference between the area of conversation, your interests, common interests, her interests, talking about her, have an intuition about you, talking about her in a third person. I usually find that artist. Did you see the article in the paper the other day? I went shopping yesterday. My friend likes to play golf. The highs and lows of interest, like, he's basically trying to educate people to understand, not to manipulate women, but to try to communicate with them in a casual, manner, to try to at least, get them to relax and try to talk to them.
Pickup artist. Maybe you've seen me on the BBC,
Like,
FHM,
that's the whole
Men's
point
Health,
of
The Guardian,
his
or even Piers
content.
Morgan.
You're a dick,
But of
aren't
course, people find the dating guru guy right here, Richard Rune, was an interesting character. If I can't pronounce it right, I apologize.
And equally as disgusting because it's trying to elicit the same reactions. So you have these suitors, and they try to, as the female player, they are trying to seduce you and win you over. And the goal here with these games is for these guys to be whispering sexual things in the player's ear, and are going to create a sexual fantasy for said player.
Okay.
Again, that is not God's design. God's design.
Okay, I'm going to show you guys something that kind of surprises me about the other side of the VTuber fandom. Yes, there are men out there that in the VTuber fandom that I thought was kind of like the VTuber male fans. Like, okay, men, is it true? Boys and girls memes, direct dumbasses. Okay, use your brush, definitely. Men and women memes react. Like, girls sneezing versus boys. Boy really do this. Reacting to boys versus girls. Like, I'm looking at this. Let me look at it. Let me find this video. Girl with time machines, boys with time machines. Let's see if I can, because I remember there were male VTubers that were Male VTubers. Male VTubers. The truth of male VTubers.
Grammarly is a must-have and an essential. So Grammarly provides a lot of AI features. For example, they help you.
Male VTubers. Disgusting! Nah, I'm just kidding. A little while back, 3 years or so, I made a video talking about whether I thought that the male VTuber debuff existed. Now, I've gained a lot of experience as a male VTuber since then, so it felt right to do a follow-up video on whether or not I've changed my mind. In that first video, I said that I thought that there was no male VTuber debuff at the beginner and mid levels of streaming, and possibly only a debuff at the very highest levels. I had that opinion because I noticed that there were many examples of femme VTubers that I thought were outstanding that underperformed. And, although I didn't really state it out loud at the time, other examples of male VTubers that I thought had a following way bigger than what their entertainment value merited. Basically, I saw underrated female VTubers and overrated male VTubers, and to me that meant that there was probably no male VTuber debuff. That was 2021 me. He's dead now. What do I think in 2024? I think that there is a debuff, but it's mostly a passive one, not some kind of evil conspiracy out to screw us over. Imagine that you have the ability to view perfect information about the current VTuber audience. Completely accurate stats about every single person in the world right now that watches VTuber content at least once a week. I'd be willing to bet $100 that the total audience tend to skew heavily towards male, maybe about 70% even. That audience was introduced to VTubing through various femme VTubers. Keys in an eye, etc., etc. This leads to the first thing that I've learned over the last 3 years. Content consumers are very, very picky. A person hops on YouTube to watch your videos or your streams on topic A. It is almost impossible to get them to watch your video that you made about topic B. They only want A from you. Even if they like topic B, they've already got a guy for topic B. You're their topic A YouTuber, and you're gonna stay that way. The current VTuber audience as a whole heavily favors watching femme VTubers. That's why they got into the niche, and it's borderline impossible to get them to switch. But it's not because they hate dudes or something. This is just a general quirk about viewers, content consumers. There's probably even a sizable chunk of VTuber fans that enjoy watching male streamers, but they prefer facecam streamers and not VTubers for that. And there's nothing wrong with that. People shouldn't be judged about having preferences. Let people like what they like in peace. So where does that leave us poor homeless?
Most people call me a scumbag because I talked to a girl who I wasn't interested in. I was basically trying to understand where she was coming from because she basically had some issues with a certain voice actor, and it turns out that she revealed a lot of stuff about the voice actor. She wasn't lying about the voice actor. She just felt that the voice actor was a bit scummy. To my understanding was there was no crime against, because I realized a lot of the women felt upset with this voice actor and they couldn't leave it alone, so they tried to cancel that voice actor. And I realized the fact that the voice actor did was pretty scummy. They had to fire that voice actor because he was a bad person. No, he wasn't a bad person. It's just the problem was he was kind of cheating and having affairs with other women, which kind of defeats the purpose of what he did was wrong. Because you could have just addressed the issue that he was cheating on other women while you felt that he was using you or taking advantage of you. You could have explained the whole issue. The fact that I listened to what she had to say about the whole situation, I kind of agreed with her on the fact that people should watch him whenever he goes, hitting on women or such, just to make sure he doesn't, screw up.
VTubers in 2024. Real talk. If you come into VTubing with the intention of building a viewer base of people who already know and like VTubers, you're gonna have a bad time. I mean, think about it. That means your target audience is someone who already has a favorite VTuber. It's going to take so much time and energy to convert them over to your camp. Even if you manage to do it, it won't feel good. At least it wouldn't feel good to me. The better mindset is to find someone out there who either has no idea what a VTuber is, or even someone who knows but dislikes VTubers, and make that person into your fan because you're just that entertaining. That way, that fan will be way, way, way more loyal than someone who's already out there in the VTuber space just shopping around.
Yeah. I'll agree with that. The truth about
Right? It makes sense. Here's another piece of advice. Think of something that you're obsessed about, preferably one that doesn't already have a VTuber associated with it, and make funny, entertaining videos and streams about that topic. It could be a very replayable video game with a small but dedicated audience, some kind of hobby like woodworking, or a subgenre of hentai that people are super into for some reason, like moth girls or orcs. I don't know. The number one mistake that I see new VTubers make is copying the people in the big leagues. They did not get to their size by doing the thing that they're doing right now. Think of your favorite VTuber and do a little digging. I bet you they did something very, very specific.
Let's look at this. Yeah, Egg Goth confronts her. Goth Egg is kind of a content creator, and everyone kind of an adult content creator, by the way. Like, okay, here's another example.
My daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun. You better run, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun, my daddy's got a gun. It started with.
That's funny. Goth girls shorts.
Fat ass, tiny boobs, she likes guys with tattoos. Ice coffee hits her, babe, never gets a second date. 5'5", hates guys, harping broke so many times. They all chick kinda mean, dresses like it's Halloween. Fat ass.
Yeah, goth girls.
Male VTubers. Disgusting!
Nah, it's like the problem is that it's like if I show goth chicks, everyone would be like, "Nah, this is boring. I hate this shit. This is boring ass shit." Like, I don't know, man. I'm just kind of like wondering what the heck is going on.
Is for a woman to have said pleasure from her husband. So if she is seeking outside sources for sexual gratification and pleasure that is not a husband, then she is committing a perversion. Whether that be a visual novel like that, whether that be a book.
That's called an affair. That's what it's called. You should try to at least communicate that issue. I admit I have communication problems. Therefore, I should probably not get paid for any of this content that I make. That's the problem with me. I don't get paid for this content. Please follow and like this content. But unfortunately, people don't like it because they get upset with me over this whole issue. So anyways, let's go ahead and talk about this whole issue. Why people are upset with you. Back to you, Melanie.
With that purpose, or whether that be even just a video game, like any regular video game, if that is what she is using that game for. So let's not pretend that some of these games don't purposefully try to elicit a sexual gratification out of the player. And there is a strong difference. Them deliberately emasculating male characters, for example. So, yeah, I'm going to be trying some different things on this channel. I'll still probably react to certain headlines and gaming news that applies to me. Like,
okay, fair enough. I'm out. I'm not going to try to deal with this issue anymore. So let's talk about some other stuff, considering that everyone's talking about drama that's happening within this whole issue. Everyone's talking about anime. Everyone's talking nothing easy in Puerto Rico. We changed plans and arrived in Ponce, Puerto Rico. Wow. They spent a lot of money. Man. Disney. Man, this sucks. See if I can find it. Because I know there's been people like dealing with drama in anime. It's like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, everyone's talking about this drama, and I feel bad.
St. John, making moves in the game. Quotes on my shirt, setting hearts aflame.
Wait,
you bring her?
Sell the logo and the brand,
Yes.
but that secret sauce, the technology that decides what videos to serve up, when, and to who,
Yes.
that is not coming out of the People's Republic of China. That will not be sold. That's what this story tells me. This tells me that the call was made from the highest ups, that this is all out economic war. This is all out technological war between the PRC and the USA. It's looking like the end for TikTok, my friends. This Sunday, the ban.
Yeah, this is not something else. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. There's a lot of content. Like I have to look up some content. Dog killing waves create spectacular views of a remote Japanese island. Nope. Let's see if there's any good news. Japanese convenience stores have tasty, diet-friendly meals like 3 under 500 calories. Let's see. What happens when you leave a pair of jeans? Young Japanese adults are showing the lowest dating experience. And no, I'm not going to bother with that. Because mostly they all work. It's kind of how it is. Super detailed cherry blossom forecast. Let's see. Tokyo governor wants to start a study abroad grant system that includes monthly activity allowance. So basically, he's trying to fewer young Japanese people are showing interest in going overseas. Yeah, because they're kind of afraid of society outside, so they have to go see the outside world. So here, kids, have some money. Our writer of Korean descent weighs in on using Korean names in Japan. Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this whole issue about, and this is by Media Blaster, of course. They're gonna put an anonymous user for this. Does the name make a person a person? The person make the name? Okay, longtime readers of the site likely familiar with the antics of PK Sanjun, and those familiar with Asian names quickly spot his name isn't Japanese but Korean, where PK Sanjun is just an abbreviation pen name for Park Sang-jun. Park Sang-jun, this because PK was born and raised in Japan as a third-generation Korean man. PK is what's known as a Zenichi Korean. The term refers to Koreans who came to Japan prior to the end of World War One. Many of their descendants, Zenichi Koreans, are not Japanese citizens. Technically, remain de facto citizens of North or South Korea, even if they never set foot in their home country. Another unique aspect about Zenichi Koreans is that they often go by the kind of official aliases called Tetsume, which is identical to Japanese names. PK himself does not use a Tetsume, but growing up, he knew his grandfather is not a Park, but as a Matsumoto. The reasons were explained later on, but recently had been on the controversy on social media about continuing the use of Tetsume. On the other hand, believing they can help ethnic Koreans function more smoothly in Japanese society to avoid discrimination. On the other, they're sometimes seen as shown as shame for one's heritage, clinging to the dark periods of colonization, using what they could liken slave names in the U.S. in many ways. It's a complex, sensitive situation. It may be the best to hear how PK himself feels about the matter, hopefully gain some insight. Following the direct translation of his article he wrote recently regarding Tetsume and Zenichi Koreans, his thoughts as a Zenichi Korean, why people continue to use Tetsume by PK Sanjun. The social media has been a buzz. I don't usually get involved in this stuff because it doesn't interest me, but a sudden conversation turned to Koreans living in Japan. Among many posts, the issue of Tetsume came up, and it left me feeling unease. Actually, Tetsume doesn't mean anything to me. I guess it's just how it is. You never really thought about it. Still, as a Korean living in Japan, I like to try to explain what I think ethnic Koreans in Japan continue to use Tetsume. What made me feel unease, put the post saying this: if you're a Korean citizen using your real name, Tetsume are fake names. If you want to use a Japanese name, become one as a Japanese citizen. I don't mind people having opinions like those, but I feel too one-sided to me. I wonder if those people even seriously contemplated. Okay, so this is what it says: contemplated what a Tetsume really is. It takes a lot of energy to write an article like this, and I do my best to talk about Tetsume in Tetsume or Tetsume in the hopes that it would I would never have to write it again. And the opinions having lived as a Korean in Japan for 46 years, of course, the subjective opinion are not the opinions that all Koreans living in Japan and the general opinion of the website. This been said, there's been a time in my life when seriously, though, thought about the contempts of a name of Tetsume. I would appreciate if you read there and keep in mind this is the first no Tetsume. I'm a third generation Zenichi Korean living in Japan. For those that don't know, those are people that in World War II and World War I moved out of war-torn Korea back when the Korean War happened. They all moved out of their Japan agreed to take some citizens in to let them live in a certain area of Japan. But I have not have a Tetsume. I was born Park Sunjun. My father used Tetsumi Matsumoto. My mother used to use Tetsu Sasanada, but I and my two sisters have never used a surname other than Park. By the way, until high school, we were always pronounced Park or Baku, Japanese for I. So it was always like, I'm Sun Jun. Starting point. Anyways, first off, I would like to explain one of the start point of the use of Tetsume's Soshika Ime. As you may know, is the time when Japanese colonized Korea, and Soshikame was one of the political implemented at the time. It was then that the Koreans with surnames like Kim Lee Park were given Japanese surrounding names at the first time. Soshikame is a controversial topic. Some argue that it was forced and it was what Koreans wanted, and others saying that they were stripped of their names against their will. Whichever case, in fact, remains. And it's kind of a sad thing, too. It's like, were stripped of their names against their will. Whichever case, the fact remains, Koreans took on Japanese names. As a result, my grandfather, possibly great-grandfather, took the names Matsumoto and Sadayama, second generation beyond. To put in another way, imagine if someone's name is Juhan. Until yesterday suddenly became Taro Yamamata. I'm sure that there's some Taro Yamamatas who saw this opportunity as well as someone who shreds a tear of resentment. Moving on to the second generation, let's Taro Yamamata, former Aju Han, names his firstborn child Jiro Yamada. Naturally, little Jiro will live as a whole life as a Jiro. This is very much obvious, but humans can't decide on their own moment they're born. A name is something given by parents, so Jiro life being the way without his consent. Yeah, but I can see what this guy's talking about. Like, I get it. Like, this is kind of what, like, back in then when immigrants came into other countries, they had to name them. They had to rename them because it was hard to pronounce by the country that they were living in, and they were given those names, and they had to take that acceptance of the pronunciation of the name. And sometimes it's like that does happen a lot. Like, some people change their surnames to something else. And it does happen in every generation that they have been dealing with. They have to deal with that. And I can understand the discrimination in the Japan. Like, I know that Japan has some resentment towards Koreans, and Koreans have resentment towards Japanese during the World War II history, because there was a lot of things that exposed a lot of stuff that happened. Japanese man grabs a wild monkey and chased it for hundreds of meters while jogging. That's funny. A Krispy Kreme released in the very Japanese rice donut for Matcha Day, and it has matcha on it, which I didn't realize they have. Randy's Donuts is coming to Japan. Yes, the California chain. That's actually cute. Japan's most cooperative neighborhood professional are revealing its recent survey. That's funny. I would say that's kind of funny. I'm just looking at some stuff because I'm not saying I'm not good at this stuff, but yeah. Mm.
想要你红透，也想你好的，
野车都来吧，天边美的沙，你是阳光在很小白马，滴滴答滴滴答，我是你的内内内内内内，阳光在很小白马，滴滴答滴滴答，别再连拥抱，不来是欣赏，先要你红桃，也请你好大。
Yeah, all the VTubers are going on the app, and yeah, trash can artists, Twitch partner, yeah, AI. Like, this is kind of funny. I can't help but laugh at it. I'm not gonna try to be mean. Like, this stuff is kind of funny. Everyone's going to the app. I personally won't go on to the app. I get that there's a lot of things going on, and I'm not gonna try to disrespect anyone on this app because everyone has the right to use the app as they please, because I understand that they're pretty pissed off with what's going on. Another JRPG in your that's funny. That's funny. Oh man, that meme. Anyways, I'm gonna probably get out of here because there's a lot of things going on. Like, there's announcements of new animes that are coming out. Lately I've been like a little bit busy with a lot of stuff, but yeah, there's a lot of things that are happening, and I gotta say that it's hilarious. There's also this new PlayStation system. This is a clone system, and everyone's talking about this clone system, and I thought it was kind of funny. This thing absolutely would probably tear into the market, because I know this is based on the Mister. The Mister is basically a very popular retro clone system that basically emulates almost everything. And it's a very cool system that's basically FPGA based, but it's launched. The console is based on the PS1 while it remains fully compatible. The FPGA core for the other systems focus on offering fresh take on Sony's classic system, with compatible with PS1 controller, memory card via optional dock disc, which I hope it has a disc dock, because it'd be cool, because a lot of people are talking about this system. It's a very interesting system to look at because it costs only $149, which is cheaper, and it comes with NCS digital output, analog, Wi-Fi, and for updating it, because that's kind of what it is for firmware and all that stuff. This system is definitely something I would love to buy, because it's a very interesting system that would be groundbreaking if it's a good system, because I know the Mr. PI is a very retro focused console that basically anyone could play with. It's not just that, it's just that's how it's built for. I would love to buy it just because of the fact that I want to try it out to see. I'm not an FPGA user. I know this is basically a board that allows you to play a lot of the old games on there, and it's very interesting enough that people, especially on this, are talking about it, because I know that Konami's Bizarre Arcade racing game Escape Kids is heading to the PS4 and Switch. Like, they're bringing back like classic stuff. Yes, Knuckles was supposed to sound like he was swearing in Sonic Heroes. Princess Crown English translation took a huge step forward. I might just see that one. Hyper Runner is an F-Zero style racer for Amiga. I might consider that. Because there's a lot of retro stuff that I would love to see come out. I know that Sega appears to be reviving Echo the Dolphin, which I remembered people talking about. I know that let me see. ToeJam and Earl's co-creator offers an update on the up-and-coming Amazon film of ToeJam and Earl. Castlevania Nocturne Season 2 gets another trailer ahead of the release later this week, which everyone's talking about. Yeah, Season 2. The canceled Sega Neptune rises from the dead and gets its own promo video. I'm kind of excited. This better be a good system. Recreating the canceled Sega software. Because if this is the real deal, I would love to see this happen, but it needs to have the Sega Saturn compatibility. No, the Sega CD. Sorry, I get it the wrong idea. Like the guy is actually showing the work and everything. I would love to see this happen. If this thing is compatible with the Sega CD, I would love to see Sega Yeah, at least this guy is actually testing. Okay, so it does have the Sega CD compatible, which is what people want out of a console. This is actually pretty cool, and this was like January the 13th. The final if you want your very own Sega Neptune to spare, ooh. Ugh, that's $2,000 something. My God. $2,000 for that thing. Damn. Son. This open source N64 expansion pack is frying consoles. Wow. Really? They most hate the N64 if it's that fried. Damn, I would love to buy that Sega Neptune thing, even though it's a bit expensive. But I understand the technology that they put into that thing to work on it is expensive. Embracer Games Archive, Super Famicom. So Embracer decided to preserve games now, which is cool. Let me see what else they have. Oh yeah, YouTube decided to remove Dr. Drew, and Dr. Drew's not happy about this whole situation. He used to do a show with Adam Carolla back in the days. It was called Loveline, And I thought it was really sad that they treated him that way, because considering he's a medical expert in the field. And oh yeah, by the way, Macross is on Hulu, and everyone's talking about the fact that Hulu is actually getting a lot of stuff. And the 7th anniversary of Darling and Franks happened, and also they're showing Space Adventure Cobra movie, which is the 60th anniversary of TMS. They decided to show this movie, and someone decided to make like reprints of things for their collection that they wish that were there. Let me see what else they have. Oh yeah, Ollie Bonder. Like, people were talking about him and his article. I personally didn't care. I basically said I hope that the two sides of it would happen. He's like meeting a lot of people. Let's see. And everyone's talking about this one. This was like the House Doctor, like MD sequel to turn the House into a beloved cute Japanese girl, which I thought it was kind of funny. Dr. Gregory House reincarnated as a Japanese girl, which the anime people are just joking about. Oh yeah, speaking of which, Kenny Lauderdale, yeah, thinking about the MC Hammer anime, which I thought was kind of funny. He did they did this intro, which was kind of funny. And yeah, apparently MC Hammer, when he appeared in Japan, he kind of influenced the trend of his dance, and everyone liked the dance because the dance was actually pretty good back in the days. So Kenny kind of showed this video of it, and I was like, maybe we should find this anime. Oh yeah, Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust is in 4K now, and they're making a limited edition release for the Bloodlust anime. I want them to release the remastered, like, this is a remastered version of it, so keep in mind, I want to get the 4K version of it. And oh yeah, this is the release of what they're planning to do to release Macross for Hulu. They put the list out. They are putting Super Dimensional Fortress Flashback, which is just a music videos movie, which I thought was pretty good. Super Dimensional Fortress Macross Lovers Again, but they kind of left out Macross Do You Remember Love, which I'm kind of disappointed by, because those are the movies on the list that they have for it. They will show Macross Delta's Frontier, which I hope is going to attract a lot of fans to watch that anime, but it's on Hulu only. Oh yes. Speaking of which, I found this out. Voice actor Dale Wilson has passed away. He played Kami. He also played Cell in Dragon Ball Z. He had that really like, oh really, Mr. Popo. Like, he was known for those voices. Like, it's sad that he passed away. He shall be missed. But from the English side of things of the Dragon Ball Z series. And yes, the 30th anniversary of Tokusatsu. So yeah. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. You guys have a good night. I'm out. Peace. So take care. Bye-bye.